Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone. Just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for April 29th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Councilwoman Basua?
Here.
Councilmember Perallo?
Here.
Councilwoman Perez?
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Present.
Councilman Starr?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Here.
Mayor MacArthur?
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, April 17th. Thank you.
Thank you. And prior to closed session, we will take public comments on the closed session agenda. Are there any public speakers for the closed session item?
And Mayor MacArthur, we do not have any public speakers virtually or in person for closed session items. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the city attorney provide a statement prior to closed session, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 Subdivision A to consult with Rob Rubin, Chief Information Officer, regarding a threat to public services or facilities.
Thank you. At this time, the city council will recess to a closed session, and at 6 p.m. we will begin the regular meeting. Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. Please, we certainly didn't mean to be offensively impolite to all of you that are here waiting. The closed session item took a little longer than we thought. It was a very comprehensive report we received, so please forgive us for the delay. But just want to call the meeting back to order for the Oxnard City Council and Oxnard Housing Authority for Tuesday, April 29th, 2025. The City Council emerged from the closed session, and I will ask the city attorney for any announcements to make.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no reports out of closed session this evening.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Commissioner Andrade? Councilwoman Commissioner Basua?
Here.
Mayor Chair MacArthur?
Here.
Councilmember Commissioner Perallo?
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Perez?
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Rodriguez?
Present.
Councilman Commissioner Starr?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Teran?
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, April 17th. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yes, sir.
May I ask
Go
a
ahead, Mr.
question?
Mayor.
May we take a moment of silence for the amount of people that lost their lives in Canada, the Filipino-Canadian community?
Oh,
It was a
absolutely.
tragedy.
Absolutely. We'll call Lali Magdaleno, if she's here, to please lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will take a moment of silence for what Mr. Perello mentioned.
Everybody, please stand. Remove any hats. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
We're just going to take a,
Oh, sorry, a
That's
moment
okay.
of silence. Okay, you guys can now sit. Do I go? Okay. Good afternoon, Major and City Council members. My name is Citlali Magdaleno. I am a proud senior at Condor High School. I'm here to share a little bit about my journey growing up in Oxnard, the people who have supported me, and where I'm headed to. Growing up in Oxnard has shaped me into someone who's driven, creative, and proud of where I come from. I always believed in making the most of what's around me, and Condor High School has been a huge part of that. I can state that with confidence that Condor High School has truly been a cloud of opportunities for me. A struggle I've been through is not knowing what I truly wanted to do after high school. I genuinely was lost, but I've been blessed enough to have amazing teachers, an amazing principal, and staff who genuinely care, especially Mr. Chase. He's been one of my biggest motivators and has helped me realize my potential and my life vision, even when I doubted myself. Condor High School, as an independent studies school, has allowed me to have an education, but also has given me the opportunity to get to know myself and what I truly want for myself. This is one of the reasons why I love my school. One of the most meaningful things I do is work at an immigration law firm in Los Angeles and Ventura. I truly love it. It's more than just a job. It's a calling. I've seen firsthand how powerful it is to stand up for others, especially those who are afraid to speak. I see myself as an attorney, and I know I'll make a career out of helping families find their voice, their path. Looking ahead, I plan to continue helping my community and keep growing in the legal field. My goal is to become a true leader, be the voice of the unspoken, have compassion and love for others, and I will stand by it. Thank you for your time and for supporting young voices like mine. I'm proud to be from Oxnard, and I'm excited for what's ahead. Thank you again.
It's wonderful. Yeah.
I'm here with my principal, Mr. Chase, and my dad. Yeah, thank you guys.
It's wonderful. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Citlali, for those great words and sharing your journey and having the courage to be here tonight to share that in front of all of us in your community. As you mentioned, nobody does this alone. We have the support of the people who stand behind us every step of the way, and in a moment we'll have you and all of your guests who you brought tonight to come up here for your receiving of your certificate and some photos. But I want to note for everyone, you had mentioned it, that Condor High School is an independent study program. And I think it's a great example of majority of people, or a lot of people, have this mainstream experience in high school of going through a comprehensive high school where you go and there's 2,000, 3,000 students. You're one of hundreds of students that your counselor sees or your teacher sees. But not everybody learns or works in that way. And that's why we need all these different opportunities to find the way that works best for each individual student. And it helps you to be successful and gives you a path to success in a way that shows you that you can get there. And so I appreciate you being willing to be here tonight and share that and your experience on this, because those are typically referred to as non-traditional schools. Mm-hmm. And I think that all schools should be offering different paths to young people in the way that they learn best and are a path for success for them. And there's a great example, and you're a great example of that. And I love what you said about standing up for others. Got a little emotional hearing that from somebody, from a young person in the city of Oxnard. And so thank you for all that you do, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
I'll turn it back to the mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Citlali.
Thank you.
Citlali, I see a lot of familiar faces. I see my good friend, Mark Contreras back there. He and I went to high school together. And I just see how proud, he is, and your parents, your teachers, and all of us here. The reason we support individuals like yourself coming up here is because we know the tremendous capacity of our students and that are here in this community. And your story is inspiring. It really is. And so we are so proud of you. And as a community, we're right behind you for you to be the attorney that you seek to be. And hopefully you provide great services here in this area when you come back from college. So thank you. It's just my absolute honor to present you with this certificate. So if you wouldn't mind coming up here with your family and friends, your principal, and we'll present you with this certificate.
She goes back.
Lolly, Magdaleno. Lolly, right? Yes. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, no problem. It's an honor to be able to provide tonight's Certificate of Achievement presenting to Lali Magdaleno at Condor High School, whereas the City Council of the City of Oxnard presents the Certificate of Achievement to Lali Magdaleno for her dedication and perseverance as a young and emerging leader in her school and in the Oxnard community. In witness thereof, I, Luis MacArthur, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, on behalf of the entire City Council, have set my hand in cause to the Great Seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed this 29th day of April 2025. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. It's such an honor to be here. I really appreciate Oxnard City Council for hosting us, and it's an honor that one of our students can be recognized. As mentioned, we're a program of choice for the Oxnard Union High School District. The city has really supported Oxnard Union High School District, and we appreciate the partnership. Our teachers and our students, they definitely take a different route, and so it's just such an honor to be recognized. And as Mayor MacArthur said, we grew up together, so I'm so proud of him. And also Mr. Turan, who's worked with our district for many years, we appreciate the invitation and all you've done for the city as well. Thank you.
just take a couple pictures. That's Martha, can I give you my phone? Thank you again, Citlali, and congratulations. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is the ceremonial item. We're presenting a proclamation to Pam Morrison, if she's here, to introduce Alice Sweetland. And this is a presentation by the California Parks and Recreation Society recognizing Senior Services Commissioner, Miss Alice Sweetland, for the Champion of the Community Award. So let's hear for Miss Sweetland.
I love the crown.
Yeah, absolutely. Entourage. It's right here. It's right, oh, yeah. We see each other again. It's right around. How are you?
I love the crown. Oh, I love it. One of my commissioners. There you go.
Nice to see you again. Yeah, come on in, Miss Montgomery. Yeah. Come on in. It's all you.
Don't fall. No.
Yeah.
Come on now. Plenty of room over here. It's cool to be. It's called the restaurant. Oh my gosh.
There you go. I didn't want to send it right now.
I know.
But
Good evening.
yes, we can do that.
Is it on? Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. It's an honor to be here tonight to honor our Oxnard volunteer who won the statewide award for service. Alice Sweetland began her long relationship with Oxnard Senior Services as a volunteer site coordinator with Oxnard's RSVP program, a senior volunteer program. As she worked towards full retirement, she joined RSVP's Advisory Council, where she shared her wisdom, guidance, and community connections. Every year, she solicited gifts for door prize drawings for the program's Senior Volunteer Recognition Luncheon. Some years there were baskets of strawberries or local produce. Always there were gift certificates to area restaurants. All were gathered to show the volunteers how much they were appreciated and to encourage continued involvement. While Ms. Wheatland was and still is an important piece of the RSVP puzzle, it was when the Oxnard City Council appointed her in 2012 to the Senior Services Commission, where she remains as the RSVP member, that Ms. Wheatland truly shone. With her passion for seniors, she went into high gear, noting the public restroom directly outside the city's largest senior center's entrance smelled horribly and attracted non-seniors. She set to work to have the park's restroom demolished and rebuilt. It took several years of persuasion, but today a new Portland loo sits in the middle of the park, far away from the center's entrance, but accessible to park goers. When one senior center located inside low-income public housing was torn down as the housing was scheduled to be rebuilt, she went before the council to deliver the expectation that any new development should include a new center, and reminded them of that needed annually. Today, the city has opened a new, thriving senior center to serve the community. Then there was the equipment needed to upgrade the senior nutrition program kitchen, ordered but in storage. Ms. Sweetland reminded the council during the commission's annual report that the stored equipment needed to be installed, and it was. Since her appointment to the Senior Services Commission, the City Council has also asked her to be one of 2 city representatives on the County Area Agency on Aging. There she chairs the Optimal Aging Committee. In addition to these accomplishments, Alice Sweetland's enduring legacy is one of kindness, dedication, and a profound belief in the power of volunteerism to transform lives. Her work has left an indelible mark on the community, and her example continues to inspire others to volunteer and make a positive difference. RSVP is a program of AmeriCorps seniors and is funded by a federal grant and the city of Oxnard. Now I would like to introduce Mel Johnson, the CPRS State Board Representative, who will present the award.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pam. Hi, everybody. I'm Mel Johnson. I serve on the state board of the California Park and Rec Society, CPRS. I have the distinct pleasure of being here today to represent CPRS and hand out a very important award. Our annual awards program celebrates outstanding examples of quality facility and park design, programming accomplishments, effective communications, community leadership, and professional successes that take place daily in the profession of parks and recreation. Through our 5 award categories, we highlight the people, places, spaces, programs, and stories that make communities like Oxnard special. Alice is just one of just 7 Champion of the Community awardees. She has made a significant contributions to her community through more than a decade of selfless service. She is known for her unwavering commitment to and compassion for seniors and has become a beloved fixture in Oxnard. Alice has played a pivotal role as Senior Services Commission Chair. Her passion for helping seniors has effectively brought together diverse entities to serve the needs of seniors. With a deep understanding of the challenges faced by this population, Alice has devoted much of her volunteer work to improving their quality of life. Additionally, Alice has formed lasting partnerships with local nonprofits, helping to strengthen outreach and expand services to increase resources for her community. So congratulations to Oxnard's very own Alice Sweetland on winning one of just 7 awards handed out for the 2024 Champion of the Community Award of Excellence. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. This was a complete surprise. I didn't know anything about it until I got a bouquet of flowers, and now I've gotten my second bouquet of flowers. I love everything I do. I encourage all of you to be involved in your community. It might be a couple of hours a month, but we have the best time. I have my commissioners here, Larita Montgomery, Linda Calderon, Gloria Postel, and Gloria Massey-Chinea. We have the best time, don't we? And we work to advocate for seniors in Oxnard, and we have a great relationship with the City Council. So get involved in your community. I was born in Oxnard. A lot of people don't know that. And my son has a business in Oxnard, so we're here to stay. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sweetland. Look, we got another bouquet of flowers for you as well. Want to say anything about it?
And I forgot, the first time that I got involved was through my neighborhood council. And Mayor MacArthur was our beat coordinator. Yeah, so we're old friends.
Yeah. Let's present for a photo. Is that okay?
Congratulations again, Ms. Wheatland. Before we move to the next item, Madam Clerk has to make a brief announcement. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move to the next item in the agenda, and that's for comments for items not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers for this item?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We will start with the virtual speakers. So caller ending in 4978, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Caller ending in 4978, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
I have unmuted. My name's Larry Stein. I've lived in Oxnard since 1988. The airport at Oxnard has been around since the 1940s. The airplanes using Oxnard Airport historically used lead-based fuels. Cars used lead-based fuels in the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s. And there's nothing wrong with lead in the fuel back then because nobody knew how dangerous lead was for the fuel. Studies ensued and realized that lead in the air caused by automobiles was hazardous. Lead in fuels is outlawed for cars. moving forward to the 60s and 70s, Oxnard was developed some more. Now we come to our current situation where the City Council approved the Steel Club Civic Plan, ignoring the concerns about lead. City Council has stood, and the city manager alluded to the fact that, well, nobody cared about lead before, so why should we care about lead now? Lead is just as hazardous back in the 1940s as in 2025. So why didn't the city do a study to see if there's actually lead in the air? Instead of saying, well, maybe there's lead in the air, maybe there's not, let's assume there's no lead in the air and just let it go on, because other homes were built, schools were built. Nobody seemed to care about the fact there was lead in the air before. Well, it's come to the attention of several people that lead in the air is hazardous, and the airport at Oxnard is the source of lead in the air. So to resolve the controversy, why didn't the City Council or authorized staff to have an air study report done to determine there's lead in the air in the first place before a single house was built? As far be it from the city to build houses where the lead is dangerous, that people can actually breathe the air and suffer from lead poisoning in the brain. We could not have that happen. So while City Council has already approved Teal Club Road, that doesn't stop the city from conducting a study to see if there's actually lead in the air. Thank you very much for your time and have a nice day. I'll be speaking later on this issue. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. And we're going to switch over to Jocelyn Galindo, who's here in person. And I'm trying something different. We're trying to be respectful to those that are calling in. So I'm going to try to alternate between those that are here present and those that are calling in, to be respectful to them as well, at the suggestion at one of our constituents that made that recommendation. So we'll take Jocelyn Galindo. She's here. Thank you, Jocelyn.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jocelyn. I'm a USC graduate student, and today I want to talk about not only the homeless population, but also the animals that accompany them. So there are about 1,500 people within Ventura County who are unhoused, and the shelters that, although are appreciated, only house about 20 at a time, and at max 50. So that is not sufficient or enough space to house the large homeless population we are facing. And in Ventura County, the 20% of the unhoused population own pets. So for a clearer reference, that would be about around 500 people. The amount of homeless pet owners is increasing in our community day by day. And with rent prices increasing and the basic cost of living skyrocketing, it is understandable why the unhoused population is increasing. According to Ventura County, the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is about $2,500. As a result of these prices, the unhoused population is continuing at a steady rate. As of now, 2,358 people are homeless. And everyone has heard the term man's best friend. And for many people, that signifies a pet, whether it is a cat, a dog, a snake, or even a bird. And there are countless movies advocating for the loyalty and love that a pet offers to their owner. For example, the movie Hachi, How to Train Your Dragon, and my personal favorite, Cat Daddies. The NIH explains how pets not only help us emotionally by lowering our loneliness and our depression rates, but they can also decrease our blood pressure and our cortisol levels. We can see the impact of pets can have on someone who is housed, but understanding the importance of the same connection when the owner is unhoused is even greater. As I drive down my community, I see countless pets with jackets, a blanket to sleep on, as well as another blanket to go over them. And for their owner, a simple jacket. This goes to show how lasting and loving the relationship is between the pets and their owners can be. So there are multiple resources that are available to help not only the homeless population, but as well as the pets as well. One of them being Pantry for Paws, which helps numerous pets and people by offering housing for their owners and food for their space for their pets to play and run around. And pets can help change our lives for many. They can be a reminder of the love and loyalty they have for their owner. And having limited homeless shelters that can only house, like I said earlier, like 15 to 20 people, 0 of them being pet friendly, is an urgent matter that needs to be addressed and actively worked on. With over 1,000 apartments set into place to to be built as of 2025. About 200 of those should be set aside to build homeless shelters that are pet friendly. And I think with a set space for the unhoused population, as well as their furry best friend, there could be a decrease in unhoused individuals in the streets. And in addition, we'll have a comfortable and safe space for pets and pet owners to be together in the time of the need, when they need the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Thank you very much. We'll go to our virtual speaker, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. We'll move on to Julia. If you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Julia, if you can press star 6 to unmute. Okay, we'll move on to the next caller. Caller ending in 7310. Please press star 6 to unmute, and I'm starting now. Caller ending in 7310. Your time starts now. Once again, caller ending in 7310, if you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Okay, we will move on to Julia once again. Julia, you have 3 minutes if you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes
Okay.
starting now.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I was having technical difficulties. Thank you for this time, Council. I appreciate your time right now. I really wanted to be in person. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to. I just wanted to speak on behalf of the power plant located in Port Hueneme. I believe it's due for closure, and I'm so grateful to hear about that. I've been very, very concerned and worried about this for a while. I am currently actually in their backyard, so I live in Surfside with my children.
Excuse me,
And
Julia.
I've been here for about 4 Yes.
Julia, I'm sorry. We do have that item scheduled later on our agenda. Right now, we're taking callers on items not on the agenda. So we will take your call when we get to that item.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I do apologize about
It's
that.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, sir. Go, go. Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Clerk, from what I could see on the screen, it looked like the caller was the person with the phone number versus Julia, just so we can have that on the record.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. The next caller is caller ending in 7310. If you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
I believe that's who was just speaking.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me lower the hand. Mayor, that's all of our virtual speakers.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Portello. And then Mr. Greg Runyon, you'll follow him. Thank you.
Good evening,
Good
everyone. The matter that I'd like to speak with tonight is related to a prior city council meeting in which I spoke before the council on the Teal Club specific plan. After I had spoken and all the speakers had spoken, the city manager got up and suggested that my comments were motivated by NIMBYism. That's not in my backyard. And so this is just a pattern of behavior that I've noticed with our city manager, that he has a very dismissive and disrespectful tone and tenor and comments to speakers from the public. I've been extremely engaged with the city council, with my city. I've volunteered many thousands of hours to better my city. I've worked with the homeless, I've worked with youth, I've worked in many ways to make our city better. And I advocate for issues that I feel are important for our city. And I find it very troubling that members from the dais and from our leadership team would have such a dismissive and disrespectful way to speak to residents of this community. My comments were not NIMBYism whatsoever. I was the chair of my neighborhood council for 2 years. I brought up the Teal Club specific plan as an agenda item 3 times in 2 years. There were a lot of concerns related to the Teal Club specific plan. I voiced some of those concerns that were shared by my neighbors. I was a professional in healthcare for 40 years. I took care of critically ill children and infants for 40 years, and I love my job. And I'm very passionate about the health of children. And I feel very strongly that the issue of the potential for lead poisoning with the proximity of the Teal Club project next to the airport is very concerning to myself and many others. I brought information forward on it that showed another similar airport. They actually shut down because the lead levels of children were as high as those in Flint, Michigan. So what we have is we have leadership that wants to discourage public comment, that wants to discourage opinions that they themselves may not share. And I find that extremely troubling. And I think that when we have a double standard where you want to hold our city treasurer to a certain level of standard and the policies of the city in terms of harassment, I find that extremely harassing. I felt extremely uncomfortable. I know that there's even a member of the city council that was treated extremely disrespectfully. And I think we have to have our differences, and we have to be able to voice those in a respectful way. And I think that's the way we solve problems, and not in that manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Portillo.
Mayor, may I,
Yes,
I'd
sir,
like
go
to
ahead.
make a statement.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Not addressing the speaker, but I'm addressing you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
As one councilman who's been here for a while, facts and evidence matter. No matter what your political beliefs, your passions, facts and evidence matter. And when falsehoods are stated, to let them slide, people can assume that don't pay attention, as some who are in the council new, not aware of things that have gone on. They may assume that they're facts, but facts and evidence matter for those that take the time and trouble to dig them up. I wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parla. Thank you very much. Mr. Runyon?
Good evening, everybody. Actually, the end of what Mr. Portillo said is actually very true. We should be able to have differences, to be able to share those differences. All of us have to have thick skin when we get up. Even doing this, it was said in a joke, but someone said to me, I'm not going to say who, the city manager, said, you know, what do you do every time you get up, you want to lecture us? And I made me laugh, but yeah, that's probably true. That probably is what I want to do. I want to get up here and tell you how I feel. The difficult part comes from, do city employees have the right to say how they feel? And, you know, I think we all would do well to keep our tone down, but we do have a right to say how we feel. I think it is just very important for all of us to take some time and figure out where we're going as a city. I have a concern, and I do want to say this, that is actually very genuine. You are a new council. And a little later, I'm going to get up and speak on one of the citizens that is going to come into an advisory council. I hope all of you understand, all of you, that just because you're elected, you were not elected to reform the city. You were elected to represent your district and the citizens of the city. And I want to say this, and y'all can take this the way you want. We need to be very careful of the people that we invite in and in the inside, so to speak. Those of you that are business owners, would you invite somebody that was fired from that business to come in and see how everything's done? That there can be value in that, but we need to be careful. You as a council need to be very careful that you are doing things in an above board manner. And I'm not a Brown Act expert, but I will say this. You guys should know what the other one's doing. Because if you don't trust each other, how can the council trust you? And that's what my concern is with you all, is that the trust that you should have isn't there yet. So please work on that. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runyon. Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
Yes, we have a virtual speaker ending in 3259. If you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Oh.
3259. Hi, this is Deirdre Frank. I'm calling. I didn't have any intention of calling, but I heard Doug Partello and his comments about the city manager. City manager's job is to tell all of us what's happening in the city. I'm sorry Mr. Partello is offended by the city manager's comments, actions, attitudes, demeanor, whatever it is. But I admire the city manager for telling it like it is. Mr. Partello, sometimes, as I watch his presentation, think that he should listen as well as pontificate. Give some credit to those who are working full-time, Mr. Partello, to better our city. And Mr. Runyon, city council should be above board in what exactly? Your city council is the best city council we have ever had. Other than Mr. Starr throwing monkey wrenches in wherever he can, or, I have no gripe with Mr. Starr, but he likes to make trouble where he can. I think the city council is doing an outstanding job given the facts and the circumstances that they're being engaged. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm still watching your meeting. Hopefully I won't have to call in later.
Thank you, Ms. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. And
I'm sorry, Ms. Frank, I think we're either lost or we're losing you. But thank you so much for your comments, for calling in. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes our public speakers on items not on the agenda, both in person and virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, and that's item G. This is the report from our city manager. Go ahead, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have two sets of comments tonight. The first are our routine updates. So, Diego, if you could bring up the first set. Okay, this is for tomorrow night, Wednesday, April 30, beginning at 6:30 p.m. This is the third in our series of 3 town hall meetings to convey, on behalf of the State Fire Marshal's Office, to convey to our community what we believe the meaning of the state's new fire hazard severity zone maps mean to us as a community. Again, we've had 2 of these meetings already in areas that were added by the State Fire Marshal within areas in our city. So the third and final meeting is tomorrow night, 6:30, Art Haycox Elementary School, which is at 5400 Perkins Road. Meeting is at 6:30 p.m. Next, it's that time of year again. After the little winter rain that we've had, we still have had some rain, and what does that mean? Weeds are going to bloom. So we like to call it the weed super bloom. We know it's everywhere, so no need to complain every day. Just if you see something, report it on 311. We'll get to it as fast as we can. Or you can take another perspective and just enjoy a little bit more of Mother Nature in our urban setting. But we will get to the weeds as fast as we can. Next announcement. The Public Works Department, in addition to building things and fixing things, they're also participating in the Safe Routes to School program that is dubbed Walk and Roll to School Day, which will take place next Wednesday, May 7th. So you can get information from your school where your kids attend or from the Public Works Department. So here it is. So why is this? It's the National Walk, Bike, and Roll. Not sure what that means. Walk, bike, and roll to school day on May 7th. Students, family, and staff are encouraged to walk, bike, or roll. What is the roll? Okay. I was thinking just lie down and roll. To school to promote physical activity, so healthy, and reduce the use of a vehicle. So if you're interested in participating, just contact your school office directly for specific details about your school's planned activities for the day, or call the number on the flyer, which is 805-385-7873. You can talk to someone in the city's traffic and engineering division. Our project manager is Jose Rivera. For more details, again, that number is 805-385-7873. Now, this event also aligns with the city's ongoing Safe Routes to Schools Capital Improvement Program project. That's where our Public Works Department is working with our various schools from the Hueneme, Rio, Ocean View, Oxnard Elementaries, and Oxnard Union High School districts on this overall plan. So you can visit our website at oxnard.gov/SRTS. Of course, that stands for Safe Routes to School, to see the list of schools that are part of this project currently and learn more about the improvements and the works our Public Works staff is performing throughout the city of Oxnard to help make our schools and their surrounding neighborhoods more safe. So again, Walk and Roll to School Day, Wednesday, May 7th, and I will invite the City Council to do the same on that day to come here. Walk, roll, or ride to City Hall. All right. So those are the regular updates. So Diego, if you can take that down. Okay. One other thing I'd like to share, and it's a little unique because of the timing in history. So tomorrow is April 30, and it marks the 50-year anniversary since the final ending of the war in Vietnam. In this country, of course, we refer to it as the Vietnam War, and of course over there we refer to it as the American War. There's tons of news coverage. There's tons of literature from that era. There's tons of current coverage about this 50th anniversary. Lots of literature, lots of reporting, lots of footage and documentaries. Most of it having to do with geopolitics and nation states and battlefield tactics and so on. Very little of it, unfortunately, focuses on the impact of the people who live in a war zone. My family and I were among those people. So Diego, if you can bring up the next batch, I just want to share a few quick comments. So this is that day. Many of you from that era would be pretty familiar with these kinds of images. Those of you who are from younger generations, you just superimpose this image on things we've seen in the last several years and decades in other areas around the world. So my family was in here somewhere. And we were lucky enough to end up here. I'm actually not in this picture, but I'm pretty sure we're in one of these photos. There were so many taken on this momentous day. Again, we were the lucky ones. And this is what it was like. I have very vivid memories of this. Again, to be this fortunate to be on one of the final actual flights out of South Vietnam. So we ended up at several places like this. These were the initial, not pre-planned, makeshift refugee transfer stations. These did not become the actual refugee camps. Those would come a little bit later. And there were 3 waves of refugees from the outcome of that war. Again, the people who were fortunate enough to make it out right in around April 30 of 1975. And then there was another wave. They were dubbed the boat people later, mostly in the 1980s, who took their entire families and went on to anything they could get on board, whether it was a tiny raft to a fishing boat and into the ocean. And then there was a third wave in the 90s, the Orderly Departure Program, which was a more formal wartime refugee acceptance program. So my family, we had family in all 3 waves. Fortunately, most of us made it, some didn't, and some didn't even survive. My father didn't make it at all. He ended up taken to one of the infamous tropical labor prisons. I had the good fortune in 1995 to go back and to look for him, and I was able to find him. But he never left, and he didn't live very long after that, given everything he'd been through. So this war, as some of us may recall, was the first war in the world that was literally televised. And it was broadcast into people's homes on almost a daily basis. And since that time, it's clear in our society that we've become quite desensitized to wartime images. And with 50 years now in the history, the history of this war, which for a long time was such a important part of American culture and society, is not to mention Vietnamese culture and society, is clearly fading into the darkness of history. And I fear that in the end, we didn't really learn all that much. But there are currently, in addition to the 2 war zones that gets the most media coverage, Ukraine and in the Middle East, there are currently approximately 30 active war zones around the world, and we just never are able to pay attention to it. I can tell you, though, as someone who grew up in this, every time I see various images from active war zones, this is from Ukraine from just a few years ago. And it's always striking to me. Let me see if I can get this to work. Every time I see these images, I swear, I think I know what's going on in that kid's head. And it just hasn't changed. Sometimes I wonder if that kid's made it at all, and where they are, and if they made it, what their life will be like in the next 50 years. So it's an important historic milestone, and just because I'm here, I just wanted to share that. but you'll never hear me speak about this topic again. But it is the 50th anniversary. Thank you for giving me the moment. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much, City Manager, for having the courage to share such a personal account of your life with all of us, and bringing attention to what's still happening around the world. So thank you for that personal account. It's very difficult to move after that. But we're going to go to the next item on the agenda, and this is for any member of the legislative body to make some remarks. And I'm going to take this opportunity to ask respectfully of my colleagues, we have a very padded agenda. If we could self-regulate and keep our questions and our speeches to a minimum, to be respectful as well to our audience and those watching at home, to be considerate of their time as well. So we can just self-regulate, but if you would permit me to check in with you if I feel like you're exceeding that time. So we'll start. I'll start with to my left, Councilwoman Perez.
Thank you. I'll keep my comments brief. Thank you, Mayor, for the recognition. Just wanted to give an overview of the efforts that I have been working on throughout District 6 and throughout the community. This past Saturday, I had the opportunity to collaborate with Supervisor Lopez and her team for an ice cream in the park at Southwinds neighborhood, and look forward to continuing to work with her and her team to support the needs of our Oxnard community. Shortly after that event, I also attended the documentary screening of Ormond Beach, which is very pivotal for the item that we'll be speaking on tonight, which really covered the efforts to preserve the wetlands in our community. The next day, on Sunday, I spoke at the Peaceful March in honor of International Workers' Day, led by MyCop, SCIU 2015, and CAUSE. It was an amazing moment to just be in community, to stand with community, highlighting the importance of workers' rights, the pivotal impacts that our migrant community continues to contribute to our community and providing food on our tables every day, and just not here locally, but throughout this country. At 8:30 in the morning today, I had the opportunity to join our homeless liaison, Todd Johnson, and his team, the Ventura County Healthcare Agency, Behavioral Health, Turning Point Foundation, Mercy House, the City of Oxnard Housing Department, community health workers, a doctor, a nurse, and a that really, just focused on backpack medicine. I know there was a speaker today who spoke in public comment regarding just the conditions that our homeless population is currently facing. That definitely gave me a firsthand experience of what our homeless population is navigating, but really the importance of uplifting basic medical care, preventative screenings to support mental health, social services, shelter, and basic needs. I know that as I mentioned, many of the community members, not just throughout District 6, but throughout the City of Oxnard, have really expressed their perspectives regarding homelessness. But I know that we all are human, and really taking that human approach to support all individuals experiencing homelessness and what conditions they are navigating is something that I take very seriously. And I would like to recommend that if any of my colleagues haven't had the opportunity to participate in a backpack medicine event or a session, to definitely participate. It definitely will be an eye-opener of what, as I mentioned, community members are currently facing right now. The last thing I will say is that I have spent much of my time driving throughout District 6. There's about 8 neighborhoods within my district to really upload 311 requests, and I encourage all of our community members to download the app or to reach out if you have questions on how to use this app. This is something that I've been using and will continue to do so. And if you see me in the neighborhood, definitely feel free to reach out. I want to encourage as many members of the community to reach out and let me know how I can best support you in the needs that you are currently navigating. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perella.
Thank you very much. And I compliment Councilmember Perez on her comments on the 311 app. That's a tremendous asset for the residents of the city to use, and our staff that does the work, tremendous work. A suggestion that I have, Mayor, for you. I was at the Board of Supervisors this morning for a specific reason having to do with questioning two supervisors, their concerns about the elections and the process on overseeing. Unfortunately, I believe they voted in the wrong way and it passed. But the thing that I think for you, Mayor, is there was a presentation from the county about the measles and how it's impacting and what's going on. I definitely think the biggest city in the county needs to have somebody from the county make a very short presentation, but bring it to the public's attention about vaccines and how much it matters. I had an opportunity along with Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Turan to attend the town hall on the fire, District 1 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the next one coming up, the city manager gave you that report. Take advantage of it. Take advantage of it. 145 homes in this District 1, 2 area are going into a fire zone. That means their insurance may not be able to be purchased. Went to the River Ridge Homeowners Association meeting, went to the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council meeting, and at the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council meeting, the mayor gave a long presentation. Unfortunately, he had to leave. There was a presentation after that about the strawberry issues and various other things. But I totally agree with Councilmember Perez. 311, use it. It will tremendously help our city. And Mayor, I hope you do get a chance to check out that measles and possibly ask for a presentation. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick updates and then just two comments. I wasn't able to attend, unfortunately, but Carriage Square Neighborhood Council held their meeting last week on Thursday, and I appreciate Parks and Mr. Howlett going out to do a presentation for an update on their park and have discussion around that. Sierra Linda Neighborhood Council will be meeting this Thursday, May 1st. I'll unfortunately be unable to attend that, and I'll talk about why in just a few moments. But for those who want to attend it, it'll be at 7 p.m. at Sierra Linda School. I try to go to all of the District 2 Neighborhood Council meetings, so my kind of, being harsh on myself for missing two, right back to back, but I'll talk about that in a moment. Thank you, Councilmember Perillo, for bringing up the District 1 and 2 fire maps update. As was mentioned, I encourage folks to please attend the District 5 and 6 one and access these materials so you can see the importance that this has on our community. I also was able to stop by the community outreach event with Supervisor Lopez on Saturday, where Councilwoman Perez was as well, and appreciate Supervisor Lopez's office and her for taking the time to be out in the community, engage residents, and have those conversations. On Sunday, I was able to also attend the May Day March for Justice and Dignity for farm worker and immigrant rights. And thank you to all the agencies and organizations who came together to create that opportunity for members of the public, for community leaders, and for those who need that extra protection and know that they're supported by their community to have that space. And so thank you to everyone for showing up and those who put it together. I'll be attending the grad night, the grad night outing with the 8th grade students on Thursday, which is unfortunately why I can't attend Sierra Linda. And I volunteered with Recreation to be a chaperone for a couple dozen 8th grade students. So all of you wish me luck. But it's a lot of fun doing the chaperoning thing. I enjoy it, and it's a memorable outing for them. And so I'm happy to support it however I can. And just my last two comments here. First is a reminder that we are on the edge of May, and I am wearing this pin tonight intentionally because May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Every month should be Mental Health Awareness Month, but just remember that mental health is just as important as our physical health, and that we make sure that we are wholly well for all of us, and accessing services that we need to stay well. There's no shame in accessing services for depression or anxiety, just as there wouldn't be shame for accessing services for diabetes or hypertension. In a mission for myself, professionally, personally, to create safer and supportive communities for those with thoughts of suicide, I just want to send strength to those who are having thoughts, who are feeling alone, or feel that there's no one who will listen or would understand. For those out there who need to speak to someone, know that there are people out there willing to listen. Oftentimes this is friends, family, colleagues, even strangers who would be willing to listen if somebody needed someone to listen to them. And these are people who are willing to help however they can, and even being a good listener, just so everybody knows, can be helpful for folks who are in that space. And I hope that some of us out here who are hearing that and are in agreement can continue to advocate to ensure that all levels of government continue to support suicide preparedness, suicide prevention, and suicide awareness. This is not something that we should be playing politics with or removing funding from, when this is something that is always going to be needed. And lastly, just regarding what the city manager brought up, I appreciate his comments on the end of the war in Vietnam, or the marking of that on April 30th, 1975. Based on what I had just said, I had that written already about what I wanted to say about suicide awareness, and yet it reminds me, seeing those pictures and hearing those stories, that humans have the capacity to do the most amazing things, and at the same time, others have the capacity to do the most atrocious things, oftentimes to other people, to other human beings. And I don't have any viable solutions to that beyond remember that we're all here, we're all in this together, and I hope that we can all work together to get to a common goal and a better place. I hope that I can leave this world at least a little bit better than the way I found it, or the way it was left for me. I hope others have the same thoughts, because then we can actually do that. So just thinking about that, and even within our own country, there are atrocities and targeting and disservices happening to people who are our neighbors, our community members, and I hope that we will never lose sight of that. So thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll move to, Commissioner Andrade, do you have anything? If not, we'll move to Councilwoman Basua. Okay.
Mayor, I will honor your request, and I don't have much to report.
Oh, thank you kindly. Thank you. Councilmember Starr?
I think Councilwoman Basua's presentation is probably going to be the most appreciated out of all of us.
I lead by example.
Yes, you do. And you're awesome. I had the pleasure of being on the the Advanced Water Purification Facility tour that was hosted by Michael Wolf and Timothy Beeman. I found it to be really interesting. I attended it with Councilmember Rodriguez and learned a lot, very impressed with our facilities there. I think that other people should have an opportunity to also see, because I think it's something worth showing off. One of the things that I learned was that about 35% of our water comes from, basically our groundwater here. And that's really an advantage for us, because it's a lot less expensive than, say, Simi Valley, which has to get all of their water from the state. So we're really, in this respect, we're very blessed with this resource that other communities don't necessarily have. And hopefully we are good stewards of that resource. I'd like to acknowledge we had a real nice newsworthy event this last week. We have a young gentleman by the name of Noel Williams, who's a 2020 graduate of Pacifica High School, and he was drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs in the third round of the most recent NFL draft. He was the 85th overall pick. I think they actually used up 2 picks to get him. And this is the first time that a Pacifica High School player has ever been drafted into the NFL. So I just want to say congratulations to Noel. I hope that someday you'll have an opportunity to meet us, and that we can just welcome you here and acknowledge your great achievement. So thank you for that. And the last thing I want to talk about, tomorrow is a very special day for me. So I'm about to embarrass somebody. So I never thought that I would get married. And I waited till the age of 51 to do so. And that was 10 years ago tomorrow. And I am married to Alicia Purcell. She is absolutely awesome. I could not possibly ask for a better wife. My only regret in life is that I didn't meet you 25 years sooner, because I would have married you 35 years ago. So just, just want to express my, my love and my devotion to this most wonderful woman in my life. And I feel blessed, and thank you for being a big part of it.
Hard to follow that. Congratulations to you all. I will try to make mine brief. I just want to remind folks that I will be at the library this upcoming Saturday, so come and talk to your councilwoman, District 4, 11 to 1 p.m. As Councilmember Starr just shared, we did have a tour of the AWPF facility. I thought it was great. I learned a lot, and I'm just grateful for folks who made that happen. We're planning for a better future, and I'm just grateful for those who came before us to set us up for that success. Last week, Wednesday, I went to a documentary, Mariposa del Campo, hosted at Oxnard College. And it was an amazing documentary talking about the farm worker experience here locally in Oxnard. So I don't have a live stream link yet, but when it's available, I highly recommend it for folks. In my last city council announcements, I was talking about April being Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I just want to give a quick shout out because I see somebody in the crowd, Fatima Gredano, for leading a Sexual Assault Awareness Month educational forum at Oxnard College earlier today, actually. I also attended the NLPOA Scholarship Award Ceremony last week, and so congrats to all the students who are, applying for scholarships and pursuing their educational goals. What else? Yes, so I think that's it for me right now. So come and see me at the library on Saturday. I will find a new location. I'm considering doing my office hours probably at a laundromat next after the August recess. So I think I just need to talk to the owners of the laundromat and make sure they're okay with that. So, but yeah, I will be in different areas of District 4 so that folks can come and, talk to the council representatives. We're here for you all. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
If I may, Councilwoman, everybody has to do laundry. You can just bring your laundry too and just chat with people while you're there, right?
Yes, we all have to wait.
Everybody has everybody has clothes, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. I just want to talk about, I made several presentations at various neighborhood council meetings. As Councilmember Perello mentioned, I had robust discussion at the Channel Islands neighborhood council meeting. It was well attended. I'm big on communication. That's why you'll see me a lot on the radio, both in Spanish radio, communicating directly with our Spanish dominant community, as well as on Mixteco radio, communicating with our indigenous community that also form a great part of our community here. And just to follow what Mr. Starr said, I had the privilege this past Sunday to be invited to speak and make some remarks at the Warriors event. As many of you know, I'm a big supporter, staunch supporter of youth sports, and the Warriors, their football program, very big in our city. And youth sports, what they do is they not only enhance the physical abilities of our young people, but also increase their focus, concentration, and most importantly, create social cohesion and strengthen our overall community bonds. And they mentioned Noah Williams, who actually came out of the Warriors program, and as Mr. Starr mentioned, went to Pacifica. So we're very proud of him, just like we are of all the academics and all the students that come here before this council and showcase their tremendous journey and capabilities. I know they're all going to do some great things. And lastly, I had the pleasure of attending, along with our city manager and various other staff members here from our city, the RSVP volunteer recognition event, where many of the ladies you saw up here, along with Alice Sweetland, Ms. Montgomery, and others, just being recognized for their volunteer efforts. And many of you know here through life experience, you realize that volunteerism, it plays a vital role in our overall society, as many of you have stated here. And we certainly recognize the impact that they make to enhance and enrich the quality of life of all of us who live and work here. And just lastly, I take Mr. Perello's comments, and I will ask for a missile presentation by the county to be made here before this council. And we'll move on, being respectful of the time, for the time of the various people that are here to speak on this, on the various subjects. So there are no other comments. We'll move to the next item in the agenda. This is from our city clerk, and the subject is the appointment of voting delegate to the Southern California Association of Governments General Assembly. And the recommended action is that the city council appoint myself as the city's voting delegate to attend the Southern California Association of Governments 60th Annual Regional Conference and General Assembly business meeting scheduled for this Thursday and Friday, May 1st and 2nd in Palm Desert, California.
If there's no discussion, I'll move the recommended action.
I will second.
Thank you. Thank you both. Madam Clerk, can we get a vote? I'm sorry, any speakers on this item? I apologize.
Bear with me for one quick minute. This is item. And Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers on this item. And we'll start with the vote. Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes, definitely.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
And Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The next item on the agenda is item H2, also from the city clerk, the appointment of members to serve on the city's citizen advisory groups. The recommendation is that the mayor, with the approval of the city council, make the following appointments to the Measure O Citizen Oversight Committee, to appoint Mr. Dan Piñero from District 5 and Ana Marie Cabrera from District 6.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes,
Last
sir.
time we did it individually, are we going to do that again, or what?
We could do that, yeah, we can do that individual. We'll take Mr. Dan Piñero first.
I'd make that motion to appoint him.
Yeah, I second that motion as well. We have one speaker on this item. Mr. Greg Runyon.
I wanted to get up. I think I already know the way the vote's going to go, but I wanted to speak just an emphatic endorsement of Dan Pinedo. He is phenomenal. And Aaron, your eloquence in describing your love for Alicia, very heartfelt. But Dan and Barbara, his wife, are amazing, aren't they? And so his love for the city and his love for the residents is really important. We are at a place where we are in a very funny place where people are always looking to find the gotchas. And I don't think that's where Dan, I think he's more of how can we make it better? It's one thing to point out somebody's faults. It's another thing to help them correct them. And leaders don't tear people down, we build them up. And Dan is a builder. Remember, for some of us, when I first started coming to these, he would have his video camera and he would be detailing stuff, right? And I wondered, was he trying to do a gotcha thing? But he wasn't. He was actually trying to get people to understand what was going on. Oversight doesn't mean go in to slash. Oversight means to look into. And Dan will certainly do that. And I could not give a more resounding endorsement of anyone than for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runyon. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we do not have any more virtual speakers or in person. Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, we'll go to the vote. Yeah, Madam Clerk, we have a first and a second. We take the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
And Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll do the next a candidate to the Measure O Citizen Oversight Committee. The recommendation is for Ana Marie Cabrera. Is there a motion to appoint her?
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
I will second.
Thank you, wonderful. Are there any speakers for her, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers for this item.
I call for the vote.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, and this is a review of the information consent agenda. Do any council members have any consent agenda items they wish to discuss? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull items 10 and 11 for discussion, and then I'll hear what my colleagues have to say about other items they'd like to pull. But if there are none, I would move that we vote on the balance of items that are not pulled for discussion.
There's some other items that I think we should also discuss. So I would say number 2. Let me just go through this. Number 3. And I think the Mayor Pro Tem has already said number 10. And I think that would be everything.
Okay.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Just to confirm, Councilmember Starr, you said K2 and K3 as well?
Yes.
So,
K2 and 3?
yes.
Thank you.
You said 2 as well?
Is there any discussion on the others? If not, I'd move the suggestion of Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second.
A second, okay. We have any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we have one public speaker, and that is Doug Partello on item K10. So if we want to take that after
Did you say on K10?
K10.
Okay, I think we've got a first and a second to approve the others, with the exception of 2, 3, 10, and 11. So can we get a vote on the others?
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr? Mayor
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
And Mayor MacArthur.
Yes,
And that motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, we'll go to, the first one, we'll go to K2. This is from the Housing Department. Historical remodeling project at 201 South D Street. The recommendation is that the Board of Commissioners for the City of Oxnard Housing Authority approve and authorize the chair to execute an agreement with McCone Development, Inc. for $307,138.71. Firm fixed price contract to replace the driveway, walkways, roof, and decks at 201 South D Street. And we have Ms. Brenda Lopez here from the Housing Authority to answer any questions. Are there any public speakers on this particular item? If not, we'll just,
Mayor, we have one public speaker, and that would be Larry Stein. Mr. Stein, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Mr. Stein?
I wish to speak on item 10.
Okay, then we'll come.
Develop department to club specific plan.
Okay, Mr. Stein, we will come back to you on item 10.
okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, absolutely.
If there are no more speakers for this particular item, I appreciate the comments you made earlier about the healthy agenda we have tonight, and we have a number of speakers on our report items. Given that these consent items have had a number of discussion items, the two that I pulled specifically come to mind. You had mentioned earlier about our self-regulation of time. Do you have a specific ballpark or target of time we'd like to take for each individual council member on these consent items moving forward on this point?
Yeah, thank you. I would just make a recommendation if we could keep it to maybe 3 to 4 minutes, please, and not to exceed that, just because if we look out, there's people here. And I know that these items have been vetted through the various committees, and we've also have had access to ask some questions of the various directors, should we have any questions.
Thank
so
you.
We'll start with, thank you. We'll start with.
Question
Yes,
there
sir.
before you present, and I apologize for you.
It's
You're
okay.
talking 3 or 4 minutes question and answer, or 3 or more minutes for the questions? And because I feel uncomfortable if we limit a council member on the ability to ask. I do not want a council member to dredge on and on and on and try to assume what should be the next question. I would assume that they would have an idea what they want. But sometimes information is given that opens up a door for further important and significant questions for the city. So I'm wondering, on your 3 minutes, does that include the question and the answer?
Just a question, and I'm not firm on the 3 minutes. Just to be reasonable, to self-regulate.
And I understand we have a lot of people here, and there was a concern, as the Mayor Pro Tem had said, there's a lot of young people here. And, there was a concern by the Mayor Pro Tem, it may be past your bedtime. So we have to be concerned of you and your family getting enough sleep to be ready for the following day. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Stein.
Before I ask my question, I do have a request to the powers that be. When I looked at the agenda for the April 8th meetings online, well, I can see the videos of the staff reports. The videos of the meetings themselves are not attached, so I wasn't able to actually see what the discussion was online with the council members at the committee meeting. And I looked it up on YouTube, I couldn't find it there either. So just kind of as a general awareness, if we can just make sure these things get attached to the system online so people can get a hold of them. So I have a question. So on page 32, it talks about how the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority, the City of Oxnard, and City Council approved the staff report. The request is to approve the staff's request for a loan from the Community Development Block Grant for an amount of $3 million. Out of this amount, not to exceed $2.4 million was approved for acquisition plus transaction fees and $600,000 for real property improvements. I guess my first question is it the intention of the Housing Authority to repay the loan at some point? And if so, how would it do it? Or is this just one of those loans that will be forgiven?
In this case, Brenda Lopez, Interim Housing Director. No, the $3 million was a grant request. So we actually submitted a grant application for the $3 million to be able to acquire the property and then to be able to do some rehabilitation work to the property. So the intention is not to repay it back. It was requested as a grant.
So on page 33, it says the remaining balance after the cost of the agreement will be $156,886.94. I guess that's the funding left over. And my question is that amount enough to completely refurbish the property, or do you foresee it costing more than the $3 million for property plus improvements for this 10-unit multifamily structure?
It is not enough. So basically what we did is that we have come up with a matrix of the improvements that are needed to the property, but obviously we're going to focus on priority. The $156,000 would more than likely only tie us for one more remodel project. The intention would be to continue applying for awards to be able to continue improving the property.
Okay, and any ballpark idea what our total cost all in would be when we're done?
No, because one of the big ticket items that we're going to hold off on is the windows. There's several windows that have several requirements. Are going to be a little bit more on the expensive side, so I don't have an actual number. What we're doing is kind of just tackling as what's urgent, what's critical. Windows will be really nice. The county will like us to work on the windows, but those are big ticket items. They're going to have to wait.
Okay. And when would you expect the units to be ready to rent out if everything works out?
The units already came with tenants. So all of the units, there's tenants in there. So part of the commitment is that we will not displace the tenants. And as tenants leave, then we will make sure that they're qualified for the units going forward. So they all stayed in the units. Our commitments that they remain there. But then as units become available, they're made available only for low-income families.
Okay, and that was leads to my next question, which is how much are we charging in rent, or how much will this property generate in rental income?
The rents, we have not adjusted the rents. So the prior owner was already charging their rents. I can tell you they're below our payment standards for the Section 8 program. So they're very affordable for the families. But we also have to be mindful of the rent ordinances in place and that the families will not be able to afford for us to just come in and bring those rents to rental market. So what I can assure you is they're affordable in that they're less than or even our Section 8 payment standards.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Okay, thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you.
We'll move to item K3. This is from the city manager. The approval of fiscal year 25-26 Special Event Support Program Events and Budget. The recommendation is that the city council approve the list of recommended events for fiscal year 25-26 Special Event Support Program and allocate $112,000 in the fiscal year 25-26 budget to support the program. Any speakers on this particular item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, I'm sorry, we do not have any public speakers for this item, virtually or in person.
Councilman Member Starr, you had a question on this item.
I do, thank you. So I see starting on page 70 of our huge staff report of 1,146 pages, that there's category A events and there's category B events, but I don't see where that label is defined, so I'm wondering if you could just tell me what the significance is between a category A event and a category B event.
Of course. So a category A event is one that is ceremonial in nature that aligns with the holiday. Okay. So those are your events that are like the Filipino flag raising event that we have outside here. Category B events are those that align with holidays but have a festival element. So usually they have food trucks, they have live music and vendors and things of that nature. So category A events are subsidized at 100% per the program because they are educational and ceremonial in nature. Okay. Category B are subsidized at 50% because they have more of a festival entertainment element.
Okay. And for the column of anticipate total costs for each event, which the costs range from like $600 to $44,000 per event, how do you actually arrive at those figures?
Those are based on actual costs from the previous year provided by all of the departments that are involved in the program.
Okay. And the types of expenses that the city of Oxnard incurs would include what, for example?
Those are police services, so they provide traffic and crowd control. There are fire department services for the various fire code permits that are required. Those are all adopted in our master fee schedule. And then there are city core services for event support provided through our cultural and community services department. So those provide staff support and do like event setup, cleanup, trash mitigation, things like that.
Okay. So also on page 70, I see the third item, which is the 4th of July fireworks by the Sea and Family Parade. I'm wondering if we might have just like a math error there somewhere. It states that the total cost will be $44,000. The proposed subsidy is 50%. I'm kind of expecting that number to be $22,000. But what I see is the proposed subsidy is only $15,000. So I'm wondering, is the 50% a typo? Is the 44,000 maybe a typo? Or maybe we just need to increase the budget allocation by 7,000 in order to cover this?
So the policy itself, and I apologize it wasn't included in the attachment, that dictates that the category B events have a max subsidy of $15,000. So that's where the discrepancy comes in.
Okay. All right, that answers my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Shapiro, for the info on that. I just note, I was reading an article this week about fireworks, and many of those are purchased from China, I believe, and tariffs actually may affect those. So for the complaints we get about fireworks, that may be actually something that is a byproduct of tariffs and that problem getting lessened or even solved. So I'm short of giving a compliment to the tariffs, but that's just something I read. So that reminded me of that. Thank you, Councilmember Starr, and thank you, Ms. Shapiro.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Starr, for condensing the questions and moving the meeting along. So thank you for that cooperation. We'll move to K10. This is from the Community Development Department. The subject is regarding the Teal Club specific plan involving planning and zoning permits. This is the property that's bounded by Doris Avenue, Patterson Road, and Teal Club Road, and Ventura Road. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxford approving planning and zoning permits. I gave the general location. Also adopting an ordinance approving the development agreement for the Teal Club project. And lastly, adopting an ordinance approving planning and zoning permits, certifying the final environmental impact report for the Teal Club project. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem. You had a question on that item.
Yes, thank you. And I didn't pull the item just so you had to read the long recommendation for it, I promise. I believe we had some speakers, and so if we can, I'd like to go to the speakers first.
Thank you for prompting me for that. And we'll start with Mr. Douglas Partello. Madam Clerk, are there any virtual speakers on this side?
Larry Stein, we'll see if he's back online.
Good
Mr.
evening
Portello,
again.
good evening.
Yeah. I think the Teal Club, it's a done deal. So I'm not going to recommend that you don't go through with it because it's obvious that you are. But I'm again going to voice some concerns that I have and others that have expressed to me that have. I think the lead testing should happen before we approve this. Another concern I have is not adding lanes to Doris Avenue and Teal Club. All the additional traffic is just really going to create a huge problem for those of us that live in the area. Another concern I have is the annexation of those properties on Little Farm Road. The 1998 150 noise study made the recommendation that those properties be bought up and those people move from there because they're in excess of 65 decibels, which is city ordinance. It's also state and federal that it not exceed 65. It's right next to the runway, and they are exceeding 65 all the time. So there's no answer about that, about what's going to happen with those folks on Little Farm Road. They should not have industrial in the plan. It's just not the appropriate place for industrial to be included in this. I think also Doris Avenue is a speedway. People go 70, 80 miles an hour down Doris. I think having a traffic light in there would be helpful, but I think roundabouts is the way to go. Somebody had mentioned that on the previous council, that would help with the flow of traffic, and I think that would help mitigate a little bit of the traffic issue and some of the speedway effect that's going on there. With the passage of AB 413, that takes away 4 parking spaces at each corner. So all of these developments, even though it's within what the city allows for developments, there's never enough parking because developers just don't make money on parking. Also, it said that on the recommendation of the developer that they would have a Mello-Roos. That was established to be incorrect. The developer does not want a Mello-Roos. It's the city who wants the Mello-Roos. And on the Mello-Roos, to have a deed restriction for 50 years for the Mello-Roos to not possibly be challenged by a ballot measure, that's unconstitutional. And I think there's lots of legal arguments that could be made in court to block that. The other thing about Mello-Roos is they took fire out for River Park, but you're including fire and you're including police. Those are generally general fund safety services. So for those folks to be paying a premium to have fire and safety. The city is getting the benefit of all the taxes, but yet wants to put that on the backs of the new homeowners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Portillo.
Mayor, we'll move on to Larry Stein. So Larry Stein, if you can press star 6, you have 3 minutes starting now. Mr. Stein?
Yeah, I have spoken on this issue many times, and you're probably tired of hearing me speak on this issue. Some of the concerns I have, the fact that the infrastructure that was promised to be developed still has not been developed, and particularly water. The site called to have water developed. The city passed the Urban Water Master Plan. City Council has not fully funded the Urban Water Master Plan and apparently has no plans to fund the Urban Water Master Plan before the property gets developed for housing. I recommend that this project be held back until the city actually approves the funding to develop the infrastructure. I commend the developers donating so much land for low and ultra-low housing, and that's greatly appreciated. But that doesn't take away the fact that the air in itself has not been tested. Now, 2 weeks ago, the city manager said, well, we really haven't been concerned about the air. Nobody's complaining about the air. Nobody complained about the air when the Juan Suarez School was built. Nobody complained about the air when Sierra Vista was built up. Nobody complained. But people have started to know its ramifications of pollution and the effects lead in the air has on people. Just because citizens don't care doesn't mean that the government should not be responsible for the safety and well-being of its citizens. The city can say that the air is lead-free, great, but the city cannot say that. The city has not taken upon itself to test the air. The question needs to be asked, why has not the city tested the air? Not because the lead in the air is dangerous, the fact that nobody knows how much lead there is in the air. So I asked the city council to defer this project and approve this project until after the air has been tested and after the water has been built to support this infrastructure and the thousands of other homes that have been built. This is the concern. The infrastructure needs to be built. They're concerned about the sewer lines and water lines. They're concerned about the ITS. You remember ITS? ITS is Intelligent Traffic System. That was supposed to be developed 10 years ago. But the ITS does not work. Water sewer systems are not sufficient to handle capacity. We have overflow issues currently. We put 1,000 new homes on here. We took 1,000 homes that are taking place at River Park. Where's the sewer going to go? And the cost of the sewer has changed tremendously because of low flow toilets. So the cost has changed, making the necessity for the pipes to be bigger. So again, the infrastructure needs to be put in place before these developments are approved and continued. The city refuses to improve the infrastructure, even though they improve these homes. Our assistant city manager said we have enough water in 10,000 new
Thank you,
homes.
Mr. Stein.
Where's the water
Thank you.
that she talked about? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Councilwoman, yeah, so with you, Councilwoman. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to frame this discussion, I would like to, if my colleagues are willing to entertain it, I'd like to move the recommendation if someone would second it, and then we can go into discussion from her. So I'm moving the recommendation for this.
Could we ask questions first?
Discussion, yeah.
I mean, the whole point of bringing it off the agenda was so that council members could have an opportunity to ask questions.
Well, we can certainly do that as long as we adhere to the mayor's request of watching our time on this. And then I feel like we had pretty robust discussion last time, especially around water and sewer. A few other things I have in my notes for tonight briefly. But if we'd like to do questions, I'm willing to do that. And then I'm willing to make that motion. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, unless I stopped hearing and I have my hearing aids on tonight, there was a question about item 11. We haven't even addressed item 11. And do you want to jump the gun?
We're on item
I don't think that's a good
K10,
idea.
Councilmember Pearl.
We're only item 10.
Item 10, correct.
Okay.
So we can go into a discussion. We have on the table, we have a first and a second.
We have questions, though.
We can take the questions before we go into the
Yeah.
motion and the deliberation then. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just move right to the questions that we have this weekend.
By the way, there's a reason why there's a first reading and then there's a subsequent reading. It gives people a chance to reflect, think about what they did on the first time and say to themselves, is the right decision or not? And I think it's very appropriate that council members not be stymied in their ability to ask questions that come up to the right decision. So I'd like to start. So I did ask at the last council meeting, I asked for information about how the mitigation fees were calculated, and Mr. Pengilly kind of described it, but didn't have the underlying figures with him. So I did ask him to provide me with the methodology and the calculations, and he has done so. I said I would have some questions for him about that. So I will commence, maybe just for the benefit of people here in general. Can you just remind everybody what the general methodology is for how you came up with the police and fire mitigation fee calculations?
Yes, Mayor, Council Member Starr, Jeff Bengelli, Community Development Director. There's two different requirements. These are both mitigations, along with the Mello-Roos, that was a mitigation specified for this project. There are the operating costs, the annual fire services mitigation payment, $462,000 a year, and the police services mitigation payment of $164,000 a year. In general terms, the fire operating costs were determined by developing an average cost per capita for the fire department services. That was looked at in the framework of what our current fire services are costing. And then there was an average, we looked at a median, in fact, of 10 similar sized jurisdictions in California, and came up with a per cost that was more reflective of what should be charged. That was the $300 per capita, and looked at the phase one area versus the specific plan area versus the city area, and then looked at specifically the proportion and amount of property taxes that would be generated by this development, and how those would funnel back into the specific allocations to police and fire budgets. So that was credited to them, and the net total came out to be $462,000 per year. Fire services, the mitigation measure read differently. It was for 2 officers. Those proportionate costs, again, were calculated, and the property taxes generated by the phase one development, as it would flow into the police budget, specifically the police patrol budget, was deducted, and the net was $164,000 a year. There was also a capital cost for fire services. That was for a Station 1 remodel and a fire engine, about a $10.4 million cost. Again, the Teal Club Phase 1 population was compared to the population of the fire district. The proportionate share was calculated, and then there was a deduction for the development impact fees paid specifically for that, called the growth development fee. It goes into different categories, but a piece of that is for the fire department's, the impact on our fire department from development. So that was reduced by that amount. And there was the net fire mitigation payment was $352,000. And then the timing of that and other things were discussed in the DA.
Okay, and the 352 is for the new equipment as opposed to the ongoing operating costs, right?
Yeah, that's a capital cost.
Got it. So, here's my question. I understand that the acreage is about a little bit less than 1% of the total acreage of the, I guess, of the city or of the fire district. I guess it's of the city. And I understand that you took 60 million as the per capita based per capita budget. I guess that's $300 per year times 200,000 people, I'm guessing here. Here's what I'm not understanding yet. And by the way, the property tax revenues, I think I get, let me just confirm it, that basically you're taking the $483 million valuation increase. I assume you're multiplying it by the 1% rate that under Prop 13, and I think we get roughly 17% of that, as I recall, to the city, and the rest of it's going to the county. So I'm assuming that that's where those property tax figures are coming from. Is that fair?
Yeah, I did print your email, and that was your assumption listed, and you are correct.
Okay. So here's the part that I'm struggling with. So the $60 million figure that you assume is for the fire staffing costs, well, our budget for the year for fire protection is only $37 million. So if we start off with the assumption that it's a much higher figure that we're coming up with for our costs, then what we're going to charge is a mitigation fee is going to be much higher than what it would have been if we just simply spread that normal $37 million cost across the whole city. So I'm not sure why, and maybe you can just kind of help me understand why 60 million instead of the 37 million that we budget.
Yeah, so as a preface to the answer, at our last meeting, I did mention that in the big picture, this is a negotiation. There's different methodologies, and there's no perfect and standardized method. So I touched on it a moment ago. So there's what the fire department per capita cost is for the city of Oxnard, and then there is what it costs for comparable jurisdictions around California. Ventura was one, and then the others were in California in different locations. I don't remember the exact cities, but 10 different cities were compared. Oxnard was at the bottom of that list in terms of the least funding per capita. That would not be an appropriate basis moving forward to really mitigate. In other words, if the fire department per capita funding is not where we need it to be, this development can't make up for the whole city, but they have to at least carry their own weight. So there was a median that came out to be a little over $300, so we pushed it down to $300. And again, this was a way to get a fair cost of not a fire department that's underfunded but reasonably funded in comparison to other similar jurisdictions. And again, this was approved by, the negotiations took place amongst many city staff, including executive team members, was reviewed thoroughly. There were many back and forth discussions, and it was approved by the developer, the property owners, and their attorney.
So I understand the property tax. Our general fund budget anticipates property tax revenue of roughly $72.8 million a year. Why do we not consider the sales tax revenue that is also generated? We have a budget that anticipates $113.6 million for sales tax. So for every dollar we collect in property taxes, we're collecting another $1.56 in sales tax, but we don't give the people there that are going to be living there any credit whatsoever for the sales tax piece. Why is that?
Well, I can speculate. Again, I'm one of many people participating in different aspects of the negotiation. The sales tax from the increased assessed value of the homes is something that's a little more calculatable. It's a little more speculative to predict what kind of sales tax revenue will occur at what time in the future. And so it's a little conservative in our favor to not include that. But again, this is a negotiation, and there was a lot of back and forth. We didn't end up where we started. And the development team, I give them a lot of credit. They were very fair and transparent, and there was no hiding the football or games. We were just explaining our methodologies to one another, and there was a good dialogue back and forth.
And by the way, just to say publicly, when I had spoken to the applicant, he was particularly impressed with Ashley Golden and just really extolled her virtues. So whatever you did, Ashley, keep doing what you're doing. Apparently, folks are happy dealing with you. I guess the concern I'm having here, maybe you can help me get past this, maybe our attorneys need to help me get past this, is when I look at the line of cases that ends with the Supreme Court decision in Sheets versus County of El Dorado, that dealt with, there were some tests, I think it was a Dolan test and a Nolan test, where basically, bottom line is that any impact fees need to have, it basically has to be an essential nexus. These fees need to have an essential nexus to the government's land use interests, and the courts also describe it as a rough proportionality to the development's impact. And my concern is that it's really not an essential nexus, or at least it's not a rough proportionality, because we're not giving the developer any credit for the other taxes that are paid. We're only looking at just the property tax alone. That, it seems to me, to give them no credit for any other tax that gets paid, it doesn't seem like it's proportional to development's impact. I understood the logic that you're saying we're only bringing in so much money, it's going to cost us more, we should charge the difference. But to not give them anything for, and I'm a little troubled that is seen as a negotiation. Because to me, we should be charging based on what the real costs are and what the real contributions that are being made. And I don't think we're counting all the contributions.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to address that issue.
Thank you.
So I'm very familiar with the Nolan-Dolan test and rough proportionality. That relates to development impact fees.
Right.
This is not development impact fees. This is EIR mitigation. So there's an EIR for this project that analyzed the impacts. Two of the impacts were the impacts on our fire and our police services. The methodology that Mr. Pengilly addressed indicated the manner in which we could calculate the impact and the way that we could address those impacts. So there actually is a rough proportionality based on the fees that would be paid over time. So this is not a Nolan-Dolan test. This is not a taking. This is an EIR mitigation measure.
Right, and the issue here, though, is that with the EIR mitigation, it was based on, hey, we're not going to have enough funding for the additional police and fire services. And because we're not counting all the funding that's being generated, that's my concern. It felt like, I'll just tell you how it feels to me. I really felt like I think we strong-armed this developer. I think that he had no choice. I think he was, through his sufferance, he agreed to this. But I just didn't feel like it was fair. I'd like to say that, I understand this is I guess what you call a quasi-judicial process, what we're going through here. We have a hearing. I'm supposed to be looking at this completely unbiased, and I'm trying my best to do that. I can only really look at what comes in front of me. I can't just pick facts out of somewhere and just simply say we're going to apply it. It's like a courtroom, I guess. Whatever facts are presented that become part of the record is what I need to look at. So I do understand, while people have concerns, if I'm putting myself in a position where I'm sort of like a judge in a way, which is what we all are in this case, we got to only consider what we really have in front of us, not what a lot of people want to just sort of interject into the process. So while I think the project is acceptable based on the facts that were presented during the public hearing, I'm still trying to get past this tax increase. I've been, I don't know if others can appreciate it, but I lost sleep over this decision. Sincerely, I did. And
Mayor, may I?
yeah, I'm
Sorry, Councilwoman, go ahead.
Sorry,
I'll wrap it up.
thank you. I appreciate those comments, Councilmember Starr, and I think we've all been here, really listening patiently. One of the comments that you made was that you feel that we ripped. Strong-armed.
I do feel it.
I said that's quite a statement.
Yeah.
This development has been going on for many, 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 many years. There's been attorneys on both sides, our side and their side. There's been negotiations on both ends. Staff's job is to protect the interest of the city, and I commend you for doing that. I don't know how much further this conversation is going to go on, but to your staff, Ashley Golden, to our attorneys, thank you. Thank you for doing your job for Oxnard. And it'll be what it'll be, but I just know the amount of time that it takes, the energy that it takes, and I would love to think that our developers aren't going to let the city strong arm them. So I just want to make sure that I, acknowledge your hard work, and I believe this development is going to be a great asset to the city and to the residents, and I'm personally looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank one second. I just want to thank Mr. Roselle for clarifying some of the issues brought up by Mr. Starr.
And just real quickly, Mayor, thank you, and thank you, Councilmember and Councilwoman. I just want to do a quick time check and note that we asked for questions. We're at 15 minutes, just past 15 minutes on Councilmember Starr's request for questions. Councilmember Perello still has questions. Want to be respectful of everyone's time and actually have some equity in the amount of time we have for questions here, given that there are people still here for other items. But it sounds like we're going into comments and deliberation versus questions, Councilmember Starr.
I think your point is well taken. So what I would ask then is that when you bring the motion forward, I will just make a very short debate point, and then we can vote.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge, Councilman Peralta, if you want to ask a question.
Yes, a couple of questions. I mean, we've had two council members say something that it sounds like putting words in a developer's mouth. I believe we have one of the parties here. Could they come to the podium and say, were you strong-armed? And the reason I ask this, I believe the way this discussion is being going, we're setting up a court case. Our fellow council member is lining up the ducks in a row. Sir, do you feel strong-armed? I'm sure you would like a better deal, but I need to know this.
No, there was no strong arming. We understand it was a negotiated, compromised agreement, but no, there was no strong arms.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming up and having the forthright to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The only other questions I have, Mayor, is there was a comment by one of the members of the public. His quote was, "Done deal." I'd like to remind the public, and Mr. Pengelly can address this, this is not a done deal. It still has to go through at least one more stage. I think it's LAFCO, if not anything else. Can you tell me if I'm wrong or right?
Yeah, so this development would proceed through LAFCO, what I said at the last meeting was that the developer would take it to LAFCO and the city would participate. I had that reversed. The city applies, the developer does the legwork. So it has to clear LAFCO for the annexation to be truly processed. And then the tentative map is a big milestone. That will come back through the city council, and a lot of staff conditions specifically dealing with the improvements, the timing, and a lot of issues will be vetted out through that tentative map review process, and that will come back before council in addition to perhaps some other pieces and parts such as street naming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pengelly. The only other thing I have, Mayor, is I do appreciate some of the questions Mr. Starr is asking, but I will tell you I got several calls specifically on the video of the council meeting, and I do want to give the credit to the staff. When they found out the first council meeting video was short, they went back with number 2 so people could watch it. Because believe me, there are people that watch this, and then if they know your council's phone number, they do not stop calling. So I just want to share that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I had only heard that Councilmembers Starr and Perello had questions. As I stated earlier, I'm willing to move the recommended action on this if there's a second.
Yeah, we got a second from Councilwoman Perez. So if it's okay, we'll just call for vote and have a discussion.
Well, we have to.
Well,
If there's no further questions?
Well, this debate right now,
yeah.
right? So let's just kind of debate. So here's what I'd like to say. Look, I get the applicant is here today. If I was in issues, I would also say that I was not strong-armed because I want to get this thing done, and I'm afraid that you guys won't. That's what I would think if I was in his shoes.
Excuse me, Mayor, that calls a gentleman's integrity to question. And
No, it's not an integrity question at all. It's an intimidation.
Let
Let me finish, please.
I think we're at the point where we're just asking questions at this point, Councilwoman.
I thought we were done answering questions. We're now debating.
Go ahead.
So I'll just finish. Look, I voted this for the first time because I thought the project is a good project. Based on the facts that were presented to me that I could actually consider. And I felt bad for the developer knowing that they really had no choice here. And I know I wanted to divide the question, but it was ruled out of order because the resolutions were too integrated to make a division possible. And by the way, I think in hindsight, looking at that, that point is well taken. I think that was the correct ruling, that you couldn't divide it.
Thank you.
But I thought I could feel better about voting for this so long as the minutes made my objection to the development agreement clear about the whole issue with the community facilities district, with giving people no opportunity to decrease their taxes in the future. I felt like, at the end of the day, even though I said what my objection was, I still voted for it. And what that tells me is that I voted for a tax increase. And I voted to deprive people of their rights under the Constitution to lower their taxes on a future date. And like I said, I lost sleep over that. That's just something that I can't handle. Maybe other people are fine with that. I have a problem with that. And for that reason, and this is with apologies to the applicant, because I don't think you did anything wrong, I'm going to be voting no this time because, we couldn't take out this piece. I don't think this piece is it. I don't think this tax is justified. I don't think that we could hide behind an EIR finding to basically impose a development fee. It just feels kind of crooked to me. It feels crooked. I'm not saying it is. But, given the whole totality of this and just my sincere beliefs that I shouldn't be raising taxes, especially when there's, no real justification to do so, I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the work that went into this. This is 2 decades worth of work, with a lot of it at the sprint towards not even the finish line, but rounding third base to combine sports. I'm not a sports person, obviously, but the points made right now are noted, but this is a free country. The developer could have walked away at any time had they felt they were in a position of being strong-armed, or that this was not advantageous to them or to their interests, or their ROI was not going to be enough. The city could have walked away at any time had the developer said, we are absolutely not going to move or budge on these items. Yet somehow these two entities, over the course of time, found something that worked for both sides of the equation. And that what we had in front of us, what we have in front of us tonight, is the outcome from that. And it just feels a little disrespectful to infantize the developer to Pobrecito, that they were strong-armed and they couldn't do anything about it. And they're being forced to do this. They're being forced to sell this land and make this development and create 990 units of housing during a housing crisis in one of the densest populated cities in the county of Ventura, and one of the most densely populated and overpopulated regions in the United States. And so principles, ideology, folks up here are elected to represent their community. They can certainly vote based on their principles and ideology, but at the end of the day, for this council member, staff has done their work, the developer has come to the table, all parties involved met mutually and found something that they feel works. And at the end of the day, as Councilmember Perello pointed out, this still has to go to LAFCO for annexation, and there are steps even after that. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. They were saying no to this. I can't see myself saying no because of all the work that's gone into it. I feel that we did right by the work and the intention of what's been meant to be the outcome of this. But also, me saying no would be saying no to the affordable units and the very low and low-income units that are being brought in by this. Saying no to the commercial development that was being proposed at the corner there, the off-site improvements, to the third lane being added to Ventura Road, to roundabouts being added on Doris, where residents of the Cabrillo neighborhood have said for decades that feels like a raceway on that spot. And so even if I had principles or ideology that made me feel uncomfortable or lose sleep over this, there's a lot of good that's going to come to this community, in my personal opinion, on this point where we're at now. There will be future discussions and additional decisions to be made, but where we are now, I am in support of this. And again, I appreciate the work from everyone involved on both sides of the table. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Perez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one comment. I know many people in the public are aware that my background before coming to City Council was in public health, and I know that many of the concerns that have been expressed through public comment have really been around contamination and the impacts of the environmental impact report. But I also wanted to thank staff who provided an extensive overview at our last meeting. So if folks didn't have the chance to watch our last meeting, I highly encourage you to watch that video because it does provide an overview of the testing that will be in place for any risks, mitigation, and assessments that will take place for pesticides that are going to be that are in the soil, lead from air fuel, and other contaminants. So I will be supporting this project, and just wanted to share those remarks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perez. Any other comments? I'll just share I'm in support of the project, given what I've read, what I studied, the conversations that I've had, and I think it's good for our community. But I hear your concerns, Councilmember Starr, and the philosophical differences that are occurring here. But you're staying true to your beliefs, and that's that can be appreciated. But I think this is something positive for our region, so I'm in support of this project. If there is no other comments, we'll go to the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
With apologies to the applicant, I vote no.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
And the motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no on K10. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Peralta.
Mayor, since we've taken this one out of order, I think it'd be best if we go back, since we pull things off the agenda for consent, we vote on them after we do them. I thought we were going to do all four together, but apparently we didn't do that. So 2 and 3, I'd make the motion to approve item 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I second that motion.
And the only comments that I would have on that, on item 2, I think that the question that Mr. Starr asked about the link to the video is a very good question. Very good question. And item 3 on the staff, when the question was asked about the definition of category A and B, I think that was also a very good question. And I hope staff is taking notes. Thank you.
Yeah, they are. Thank you. We'll call for the vote for those items, Madam Clerk.
Mayor and council members, this first vote will be for item number 3. So we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Yes.
Councilmember Starr.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Aye.
Councilwoman Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo.
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur.
Yes.
And Councilwoman Basua.
Yes.
And that motion carries 7-0. If I may have a motion for the Housing Authority for item K1, the minutes of April 15, and also item K2.
You.
Yeah. It
I will
sounds like
second.
the commissioner made the motion, and I'll second it.
Commissioner,
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Andrade. Commissioner Perez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Aye.
Commissioner Starr.
Yes.
Vice Chair Teran.
Yes.
Commissioner Basua.
Yes.
Commissioner Perallo.
Yes.
And Chair MacArthur.
Yes,
And the motion carries 8-0. Thank you.
thank you. So we're good to go to item 11. This is from Mayor Pro Tem. I think you had some clarification questions on that item, and that's from the HR department. The subject involves the increase in salary ranges for the plant operation series. The recommendation is that the city council adopt a resolution to increase the salary ranges for the classifications within the plant operations series. And this item did not originate in committee. And I'll turn over to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just a quick question on this item. Can we get just a brief overview of this and what it entails as it's in front of us now?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council members, Megan Ferguson, Principal HR Analyst. So basically what we're doing here is we're proposing to increase the salary ranges for the plant operations series, and that's due to recruitment and retention issues that we're having with our wastewater operators at the plant. I know probably if you want more of an explanation into that, I could have the Public Works Department come up. But what this item is doing is we analyzed other comparable agencies, including City of Ventura, City of Camarillo, other ones listed in the staff report as well. And we compared our salaries to theirs and noticed that ours are significantly lower, and realized that that is part of the issue why we are unable to recruit candidates, and also part of the issue why we have trouble retaining candidates. So recently we've had quite a few people leave for more competitive offers at other agencies. And we also are unable to recruit for positions at the level that we would like to. We have been able to recruit at lower levels, but unfortunately, once they get the proper training and certifications, then they leave us for other competitors. So that's what this item is aiming to do, is to increase those salary ranges so that we can be more competitive and retain our staff.
Thank you very much. And my last question on this has to do with the scope of work itself, or the job classification. And I don't know if maybe our Public Works folks can jump in as well, as you had mentioned. But for the Water Resource Recovery Facility, as it lists in the staff report, this facility is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including weekends and holidays. For these particular positions we're looking at, and as you did a great job explaining the reasoning why behind this right now, can we talk a little bit about what some of the duties are that these jobs have, and how this looks kind of on a typical day-to-day basis?
Yes, definitely. And I will defer to Tim, Michael.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Tim Beeman, Assistant Director of Public Works. And so our plan is obviously 24/7. Toilets don't stop flushing. And so we do have to have a fully staffed facility at all times. If you've been to the plant itself, you also know that our headworks, where the sewage flow comes into the plant, is actually a separate portion. It's across the railroad tracks. And so that requires staffing as well. That's not something we can just leave unstaffed. And so we have one person there full time, and then we have other staff that are dedicated to the rest of the plant. The range of work is generally rounds, and so there are rounds where they go through and they check on particular portions of the plant. There's also a lot of hands-on work in terms of solids handling. We have skimmers on certain tanks that they manually operate, and that also puts eyes on things. And so although we have a system with alarms in place and monitors in place, it is something that requires full-time staff with eyes on it to be able to make sure that everything's operating correctly.
Thank you. And just along those lines, if we are short-staffed or thinly staffed due to issues with recruitment and retention, it sounds like that would exacerbate the existing staff we have, because we have to have it staffed. We can't just have a period of time where nobody's there, or we can't shut down for a weekend, correct?
Yeah, certainly, and I didn't really address this, but to your previous question, so there is state certification on the levels of which someone is qualified. And so after a certain number of hours that they've worked, they can take testing, and that provides a new certification. So we have everything up into a grade 3. We have senior operators, and then chief plant operators, and then ops manager. And so what we're working with currently, as Megan pointed out, is we have operators in training that are coming in on these positions, and they have very little experience. And then they're trained through our higher level staff. And there are certain, although the state puts it on us to kind of set or how we operate the plant, we do make sure that there's always senior level people that are at the plant at all times to make sure that that coverage is there.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate those responses and the overview. This for the benefit of the public, because this isn't just, hey, this sounds fun, let's add additional pay to these particular classifications. These are very important roles in our infrastructure specific to our wastewater and the facility that handles it. So thank you very much for those explanations. Those are my questions, Mayor.
We actually have a few here as well in support. So
thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Switch, you have a question? Go ahead.
Mostly it's a compliment, I think. So I'd like to compliment Steve Naveau, who answered my questions. I asked him for a detailed underlying spreadsheet for all the calculations, what the amounts were per city, how the medians were developed. I then took his spreadsheet and I did some additional comparisons so that I could satisfy myself. But I thought it was a very reasonable presentation proposal. I think it helps justify the numbers more in my mind. When I make a decision like this, I think about the total cost of an employee, not just the ongoing salary costs, but there are costs for basically acquisition costs, if you will, to bring on a new employee. There are costs involved with training an employee, and there are certain values that you get by having some ongoing, continuous, this is the word I'm looking for, duration of basically an employee that sticks around for quite a while. Retention, thank you. You got me. So, but looking at this, I thought this is reasonable. I thought one of the numbers looked a little high to me, but then I looked at what the other jurisdictions were paying, and I thought this is okay. So just my compliment to you. Good job. Thank you so much, and I'll be voting in favor of this.
Yep. Go ahead, Ms. Perlo.
I would like to address this, and the gentleman in the back that raised their hands, thank you for the service that you're doing, because one thing that being fortunate enough to have been here a while, I was here when there were some spills, and I was here when there were some calculations of what those spills would cost us. And because of the situation that happened, the costs and the penalties were waived. But ladies and gentlemen, it was $10,000 a gallon. And I believe it was a couple of million gallons. I believe. I see some heads nodding. It was going to be tremendous. But because of the hardship the city was in financially, there was an accommodation. Speaking with a retired member of your profession, and gentlemen, you may not be wearing a white shirt and a tie and a pencil protector, but you have a profession. You're professionals. That is no disrespect to those that do wear white shirts, ties, and pencil protectors. We need them all, because the ones at the top stand on the shoulders of the people on the bottom. Mr. Steve Nash is a retired member of your profession, in good standing. Mr. Nash was very blunt. We need to pay these people enough so that they stay and we build a base, because the vultures, that's his word, the vultures of other agencies swoop down and grab these people with the enticement of more money than what the city can pay, and we start from ground zero. Mr. Starr's point is excellent. The costs, which people don't realize, when you replace somebody, you start from ground zero, unless you were fortunate enough to get somebody that's really skilled. We, as council members, have firsthand experience of what's having to be done with law enforcement. Our city is paying a bounty to entice people to come and work because there are not enough people interested in the job, and they can go to the highest bidder. And that sometimes I look at that, it could be like a mercenary, which is not a good taste to me. But I do believe that the training, the skill set that you have, the knowledge, all builds up on something called confidence. Mr. Beeman, to his credit, Mr. Beeman said 24/7, I believe, not if you, yes. In the middle of the night, when something goes wrong and there needs to be a valve turned, what goes through your head? Oh my God, do I turn left or do I turn right? I want somebody that knows what to do. And I see the smiles. I've been there myself in that situation. And those moments, or having to make a phone call so you don't screw up, they can cost a tremendous amount of money, let alone risk life, limb, and everything else. The issue of skill sets. I also serve as a representative for the city on the Ventura Regional Sanitation District. They have grades in the sewer. They also have water service at the VRSD, much smaller system than we have here. But they call certain jobs skill sets, and they also call them gold tickets. I've advocated a number of years Our city's mothers and fathers need to start looking at what these jobs pay, what they will pay. There's a tremendous living to be made servicing these things which people would go, I don't want to work in the sewer thing. I don't want to be shoveling, you know what? It is a big deal, health, safety, and welfare. The comment was made, people flush their toilets 24/7. That's the truth. That's the truth. Just trying to get people to stop throwing litter. Imagine how hard it would be to get people to stop flushing the toilet. These are laughable situations, but we need to make sure we don't just pay what the market will bear. We need to make sure that we build a base of competent employees so we're not looking to get specialists to come in and patch. We just had a closed session. We don't need to have patches on this kind of stuff. This department, this wastewater, long before I got here or the rest of these council, was extreme deferred maintenance for a long time. I'm talking too long. But I hope that the council members understand this isn't just giving them a few more quarters and nickels and dimes, maybe $1. You need to have people that are going to stay here, put roots here, and take care of the crap that we send down to that sewer plant so we don't get fines, we don't hurt people, we don't pollute the ocean, and we have a situation where we have people that are our people taking care of us, not looking for a better job. And there's nothing wrong with looking for a better job. In my mind, these jobs are the ones that you fight to keep. Council members, these are the jobs you fight to keep. I support this. If nothing else, I would support even more of an increase.
Thank you, Mr. Parlo. I certainly value the operational knowledge, the experience, which is vital to our city, and I'm in full support to increase this classification. So I make a motion to accept the recommended action.
So moved.
Any public speakers on this item, Madam Clerk? If not, we'll go to a vote.
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you.
Could
Go
I
ahead,
just,
Mr. Noble.
yeah, could I just make one? Thank you, Councilman Starr, for the compliment, but I really want to make sure that the staff that did all the hard work and the analysis and the research, that, you know, they get the kudos for that. So that's Megan and Jackie who are here tonight. So thank you very much.
Megan and Jackie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novo, for sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Madam Clerk, can we get the vote?
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Paralo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
And Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to, at this point, Commissioner Andrade, you can be excused. Thank you very much, Commissioner Andrade. We'll go to the next item on the agenda. And thanks everyone for your patience. This is item M1. No. Yeah, we voted. That was outside. Yeah. So we'll go to item M1. This is from the city manager. Subject is resolution opposing a third extension to continue the operation of Ormond Beach Power Station beyond December 31st, 2026. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, adopt a resolution opposing a third extension to continue the operation of Ormond Beach Power Station beyond the December 31st, 2026 closure date, and two, submit the resolution to all state agencies involved in the fate of the power plant's decision-making process, to our state representatives, and to the governor's office. Mr. Nguyen is here to answer questions and to provide a brief overview of this item.
Yes, thank you. It just is a very straightforward item. I want to apologize for the rather boring video, but it's very straightforward, and this was requested by Councilwoman Basua and Perez, so I think I would just hand it over to, starting with Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, and thank you for staff for bringing this forward. Ormond Beach I'm sure most of us are all familiar with Ormond Beach. It does sit within my district, the power plant. It is in District 5. Growing up, I thought it was a haunted mansion growing up, because I really thought, I'm like, and we would stay out of that area because I was actually afraid. After I grew up a bit, I realized what it was. And being on the council, I can really say that it has been the council priority to decommission the Ormond plant. And I'm just scrolling right now because I am a very big advocate of giving credit where credit is due. And sometimes people humble themselves, and as much as I appreciate it, I will never take credit for somebody else's work. And in the staff report written, it states that the city council had an opportunity to partner with GenOn to get millions of dollars into our coffers in order to decommission and tear down the power plant. And I want to acknowledge that that wasn't actually the council at the time's idea. It was actually the city manager's idea. He came to us with this proposal and said, hey, how about if we go to GenOn and ask them for this? And he has been very humbled about it and gave all the city council credit, but it really was his vision. He saw something in South Oxnard that shouldn't be there, and he has been a champion for this all along. And I am very grateful for that. I am grateful for the money that now sits in the bank, and that one day we will be able to get rid of this eyesore. And also thankful for hopefully the $10 million that we'll get in order to restore access to this area. And as we all know, there is currently a proposal for another extension. And as a council, I believe that it's our obligation to take a stand. I know that Councilmember Perez, Mayor Pro Tem Tehran we've gone to the meetings in South Oxnard. We've spoken as individuals, not as council members, but I really believe it's time for us as a council to really take a stand and to let everybody else know that we really want this decommission. We want to start enjoying what is Ormond Beach. And I'm hoping I can get the entire council support on this resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez?
Thank you. I agree, Councilmember, with the sentiment that Councilwoman Basua has shared, that credit needs to be given to those that have been working at the forefront of ensuring that not just the power plant is decommissioned, but that it's also dismantled. And I know that even prior to being elected onto City Council, I had the opportunity to attend Causes Toxic Tour, and really just wanted to highlight that because of community leaders like Cause and other organizers and youth advocates, we've been able to really, understand how important it is to not only decommission, but to also set aside funding for dismantling. And so really wanted to give just grace and just so much gratitude to our local leaders, our young people that have continued this fight. I know that there have been people that have come before me that have fought for several decades for this power plant to be decommissioned and dismantled. And so that's not something that goes over my head, but really it is really the young people that have continued the torch for this fight to be able to ensure that we prioritize the public health and safety and well-being of our community members that fall within Gabriela Basua's district as well as mine. And so really just wanted to share the importance of ensuring that we continue this effort. But it, you know, as Councilwoman Basua stated, there have been long efforts of many of the organizers that are here tonight that have spent countless hours advocating, whether it's sending in letters of support to the Lands Commission, to other agencies, and it is our time now to ensure that we share this unified support to ensure that we oppose another extension. Those are my words, and I will continue to ensure that as a city council member representing the most vulnerable populations in District 6, that we continue to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our community members there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, Mr. Perla, go ahead.
Yes, I support that. If there hasn't been a motion made or a second, I would not like to take the honor from the two that are pushing this.
Are we
But
going
I'd
to
like
ask
share
questions, though?
I would like to share this. I really respect Councilman Basua for saying what she said about credit. Too often in the political realm of things, things as she described take place. Credit needs to be given and earned and remembered. The one other aspect to the credit of our city manager was he directed that the money would be put in a lockbox, because knowing what has happened in the past in the city of Oxnard, if there's a pot of money, there's the temptation, well, we can get a little bit of this to do that, a little bit of this to do that, and then the pot of money's empty. So this is a big deal. And as a sidelight, way before I got involved in any of this stuff, I was involved in a neighborhood council. And I was involved with a couple, Bill and Jacqueline Tedeschi. Bill Tedeschi used to climb those stacks. If you put the tower and you look, he used to climb the stacks. He had a testing job, testing how the filters were at the very top of the stacks. I used to kid him, "You made it up there?" He used to tell me, I was much thinner at the time and I needed a job, because when you're looking down, it's a long fall. But there were a lot of people that have advocated, and again, to the credit of Perez and Basua, thank you very much for bringing this forward.
May I say just one more clarifying fact, because I do want it on the record. The money that is being given to obviously we want to decommission, but to restore the wetlands in that area, the beach area, is not within our city coffers. So I don't want people to believe that this money is actually sitting anywhere within the city. City manager said, we are going to go ahead and recommend that the Ventura County Community Foundation take this money and make sure that it is used for its purpose. So he wanted to make sure that after we were long gone, that would happen for South Oxnard. So I did want to put that on the record, just in case there's other council members that get the bright idea that, no, we're not going to use that money for that. That's exactly what it is set aside for. So I just want to make sure that that's on the record.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think we have several public speakers on this item. So we'll start with Aurora. Aurora, you're going to be followed by Jocelyn Gomez.
Yes. Hello, I just want to take some time to recognize the youth leaders who had to leave, but we're very excited to give public comment tonight. I'm Aurora. I am an Oxnard resident and policy advocate with COS. I want to thank the city manager and Councilwoman Perez and Basua for pushing this forward, and also for setting aside the money for dismantling so that once the power plant shuts down. I really want to acknowledge this collaboration within the city and urge the council to move forward with this resolution so that the power plant does not receive yet a third extension. I know that there's some hesitation around blackouts, but the reality is that this power plant has underperformed for years, and it actually turns on less than 3% of the time year-round. Now more than ever, it is important for the city to stand with the community and for us to be in alignment to take the step forward, given federal executive orders that threaten our community in a multitude of ways. Specifically, executive orders have been passed that threaten states like California, who through SB 100, which would establish renewable energy and zero carbon resources, are at risk, and as well would require power plants over 50 megawatts capacity to stay online past 2045. It comes to no surprise that these are some unprecedented times, and it is great to see that the city has the back of our community. Like stated, enough is enough. We cannot risk seeing another extension unfold, and we must hold the state accountable to our shared vision of clean energy that does not put the burden on our community and our health. Our city is ready to see this power plant retire on time so dismantling can commence and coastal access can be restored. Like many of you have heard and have shared and experienced, so many of our youth cannot access Ormond Beach because of the industry that has taken over. So pushing this resolution forward would be a step towards justice and a step towards claiming our coast back. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurora. We'll go to Jocelyn.
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Jocelyn Gomez. I'm a senior at Oxnard Middle College High School, and I'm here today to support the Ormond Beach Power Plant resolution. Since the summer of 2023, I have worked with my peers Marbelli, Angie, and Elizabeth to decommission this plant. They unfortunately had to leave a couple hours ago because of the length of this meeting, but I just wanted to make sure they got the credit for this. In 2023, we were kept in the dark about the plans to extend the power plant until very late into the summer, and so we worked quickly to inform our community. We went door-to-door canvassing, informing them about the plant's negative impacts and the potential renewal that did eventually go through. We gathered petition signatures, we organized community meetings, and we spoke to the California Energy Commission about our concerns of renewing this plant for another 3 years. Our efforts took us to Sacramento to lobby our assembly member and our senator to advocate on behalf of us. Despite our efforts, the power plant received another 3-year extension. Since then, we have attended a frustrating series of meetings with the California State Lands Commission, where I witnessed a lack of commitment and accountability to their environmental justice policies and our community's needs. For example, there were few accommodations for the Spanish-speaking people attending these meetings, and so I'm glad the city is taking the time to address these issues, like in this current meeting, making these translation devices available for so many of our people. The actions taken from this agency and the other California agencies leads me to believe that unless our city takes a united stance, we will continue to see pushes for more extensions. With federal executive orders targeting our community in various ways, it is important now more than ever for the city to stand with our community. We have been working towards having a clear date to decommission since we were sophomores in high school. Now I am currently reaching the end of my senior year and I'm committed to a 4-year university. This plant should not still be an issue. I don't want to come home 4 years later and still see people my age fighting this fight, still fighting to prevent a 5th or 6th extension. I urge you to fight for this piece of our toxic soup to be decommissioned and dismantled. Please vote yes on the resolution so we see no more extensions beyond 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jocelyn. And I think I heard you right, Marbelli is not here. She left.
Mayor, she's actually joining us virtually.
Oh, perfect. Okay. We'll go to Marbelli.
Marbelli, you have press star 6 and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello?
Yes, please start.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Marbelli Cruz. I am a resident of Oxnard, and I'm currently a senior at Oxnard Middle College High School. I'm here today in support of the Ormond Beach Power Plant resolution. I have been advocating for no more extensions on the power plant since the summer of 2023. The power plant is located near fields and is less than a mile away from homes and an elementary school. As a child of farm workers, it breaks my heart that they have to breathe in carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and sulfur oxide, substances that impact our health and environment. The Ormond Beach Power Plant was built in the 1970s. Its technology is outdated and no longer meets the energy we need. Even the statewide advisory committee for OTC on March 21st acknowledged this. During the summer of 2023, I went out to canvas and let the residents in Omainimi and Oxnard know and learn more about the power plant. I also spoke to California Energy Commission, who brushed us off when speaking on the power plant. I don't want this to happen again. With federal executive orders targeting our community in various ways, it is important now more than ever for the city to stand with our community. Oxnard is not a sacrifice zone. Please vote yes on the resolution so we see no more extensions that go beyond 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Maribeli. We'll go to Anthony Saucedo. And if he's not here, we'll move on to Kyle De La Torre.
Hi.
Hi, Kyle.
So I have 3 minutes. Okay, cool. So I am Kyle. I'm involved in the community. I've been trying to get this power plant shut down, and other people have disagreed with me, saying that it should keep going. I've gone to Sacramento. I've talked to the previous city council said this, and so I kind of feel like I'm wasting my breath even just saying this, because I really feel like you do whatever you want. It really doesn't matter what I have to say. In my previous comments, I put in so much time in the comments to make sure that I say it in a way that you hear me, but it feels like I'm not heard when I speak to the council. So, in summary, I'd really like you to say yes. You're for it. That'd be really cool. I like clean air. There is a nature preserve right next to the power plant. I don't really understand how it's being defended if there's waste going around there. Yeah, please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. We'll go to Jacqueline Lucas, if she's here.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jocelyn Lucas, and I am a Oxnard resident and a student at Pacifica High School. I am here tonight to urge you to support the Ormond Beach Power Plant resolution. I care deeply about this issue because my family, my friends, my neighbors, my entire community live in the shadow of this toxic power plant. I'm not just speaking as a student tonight, I'm speaking as a future educator. Someone who dreams of giving back to this community and guiding the next generations. I refuse to let my future students suffer from the mistakes of the past. We deserve better. Oxnard deserves better. We are living in historic times, and the truth is we're tired. Tired of broken promises, tired of being ignored, tired of being treated like our lives matter less than those in wealthier, wider, and better protected neighborhoods. I've been advocating for this since summer of 2023, and earlier this month, I talked to Lieutenant Governor Konalakis after the State Lands Commission moved the voting for the power plant's pipes twice. If you weren't aware, she's running for governor, and it is clear she wants to protect her image instead of following her own words of standing for environmental justice. It's people like this that continue to exploit our people for money. Why is it that harmful industries like the Ormond Beach Power Plant always end up in communities like ours, immigrant, Hispanic, and working class? Why is our health the price of California's energy? Why are we denied access to clean air and even the natural beauty of our own coast? The Ormond Beach Power Plant is outdated, being built in the 1970s. It's failing to meet today's energy needs. Even the state acknowledged this in March. And according to the Regenerate Coalition, this plant had the highest curtailment in the entire state. but it didn't even produce the power it was supposed to, so why continue to invest in it? Oxnard is ready. The city has secured funding thanks to the city manager, and we are prepared to finally dismantle this symbol of environmental injustice. Most communities like ours never get this far, but we have. This is your moment to lead with strength, with vision, with the courage our community deserves. City Council, the decision is clear. You can stand with us to protect our health, our coast, and our future, or you can not allow the harmful patterns to continue leaving our community behind once again. Pass this resolution, stand with us, stand with the youth, stand with Oxnard, show the state that we will no longer be California's dumping ground. We are not a sacrifice zone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn. We'll move over to Ms. Barbara Macri Ortiz. And Barbara, you're going to be followed by Doug Portello.
Okay, thank you, Mayor MacArthur and members of the council. I'm here to support the resolution of opposing this third extension to the shutdown of the operation at the Ormond Beach power plant. You know, and this is only, we're talking about 12/31/26, which is another year and a half. So it's not like anything's going to happen tomorrow. One thing I've noticed in our community over the last 10 years is the proliferation of solar panels everywhere as a means to address our electricity. We've done our part. We're doing our part every day. The young people here have given you the reasons. Us old people need to listen and to heed their advice. It's time. You know, people in this community fought very, very hard to win the victory to actually close down this plant. Now we're on the third extension. We need you as a council to stand up for our community, for our children. And we need you to vote in the best interest of our community by opposing the extension. You know, we have a lot of problems because of the electric company. Our insurance goes up, everything goes up because they haven't figured out a 21st century way to move electricity, and so it's a big contributor to all these fires we're having. And we're going to pay for it through our insurance, through higher utility bills. Everything gets pushed down on us. We need you as a council to push back. It's time to shut this plant down. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Mr. Doug Portello.
Good evening again. Many times the city manager and I, we don't see eye to eye, but this one we do. And I want to thank our city manager for putting this forward. This is extremely important. I've done a considerable amount of work down in Ormond Beach area with a Halico encampment, you know, well aware of the environmental impacts of this plant on particularly children. I spent 40 years as a respiratory care practitioner, specializing in pediatric and neonatal. I know that the environmental impact on their lungs is significant. I also know that around our nation, we unfortunately have a situation where some of the most disadvantaged communities, actually, there's not a lot of environmental justice. We talk about justice, but there's environmental justice. And I think it's extremely important that this is being taken forward. I recommend the action, a yes vote on this. The entire area is a very, very special area. Ormond Beach has some extremely sensitive wetlands there. We have the snowy plover that is an endangered bird species there. And then we have the mess of Halico. You know, we've got a, you know, confluence of, you know, environment with Nature Conservancy there and protecting habitat for wild creatures and habitat. And then here we got Ormond. And then we have the power plant, all kind of converging in a very small area. So it's an important step that we take to protect our children, to move forward and cleaning up that area. I know the way the federal government's going now, it's going to be extremely difficult to, get the funding, but maybe the city manager can wave his magic wand on that one too and get that solved. That's a tough one with Halico, but it's important. And I know he knows it. I know that you know it. And this is just one step forward to revitalizing that area, making that natural area the jewel of the whole coast. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Portello. And we have about 7 more speakers between the ones that are calling in and here present. So we'll alternate. We'll go to the first virtual speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. The next caller is Larry Stein. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you very much. This is a rather enduring issue to me, and I support the resolution of having this power plant shut down. One of the things I've been talking about is lifeguard stations on Oxnard property. The resolution to shut down the power station is great, but what are we going to do with the facility? I encourage the city council use the efforts after this gets shut down to build lifeguard stations, maybe 4 or 5 lifeguard stations along our beach area. We can protect our plover, we can protect our birds, we can protect our environment, we can still segregate an area off for the public that we can enjoy, and perhaps improve tourism in South Oxnard. A plant of this size has a big footprint that can offer parking as well as showers and other amenities without disturbing the wildlife. This is very, very important. The fact that we've not considered lifeguard stations is not unfamiliar to me, because I've been pushing for lifeguard stations almost as long as I've been pushing for a pool Oxnard, South Oxnard. But it's important that this resolution gets approved by City Council to stop the continuation, the continued motions of this. And again, support City Council in this effort. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. We'll go to the next virtual speaker.
The next virtual speaker will be caller ending in 0315. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Caller ending in 0315. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Mayor, we're going to move on to the next speaker, virtual speaker. Caller ending in 6377. Please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, everyone. This is Manuel Herrera, Citizens for Better Oxnard. I'm basically calling in support of staff's recommendation to oppose a third extension to the continued operation of Ormond Beach Power Station beyond December 31st, 2026. I also wanted to commend our city manager for having the foresight to create a plan to not only decommission the power plant, but to also fund the teardown of this plant. I trust that the council will do the right thing today. And then to hear Doug Portello praise the city manager. So obviously that means we're all on the right track here. So again, I trust the city council will make the right decision tonight. So that's it. Nice and brief and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. We'll go to someone here. At our council chambers, Odette Moran, if you're here. Here's it.
Good evening,
Good evening.
City Council. My name is Odette Moran. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I grew up in South Oxnard, District 6. I'm here to ask you to support this resolution for the Ormond Beach Generating Station and wanted to give some words of context for the work of our youth and young adults who had to leave earlier today. But first and foremost, thank you, Councilmember Basua Perez, for your leadership in this, and for all of you council members who have participated and been part of this process, and of course, our city manager for your leadership since 2020. Really appreciate standing up for no more extensions, but also standing up for dismantling. Really appreciate it. Wanted to share with you all a story of 2023 when a few sophomores were in our office and we were just in the start of the summer, school had just ended, and I asked these 4 young sophomores, we just found out that this power plant is going to extend again. Do you want to drop everything and focus and do whatever we can to let our community know that this is going on and do whatever we can to stop this extension? And I'm very proud of these young leaders who had to leave early, and for Jocelyn for representing folks, and Jocelyn for representing folks here today, because in that summer, folks gathered over 1,500 petitions in person and virtually in less than 2 weeks. And as Jocelyn mentioned, went through a series of different actions to make sure that our voice was heard and that our community was informed. Unfortunately, as Councilmember Basua mentioned, not a lot of us know what this power plant is, what its impacts are, and what Ormond Beach is, and what a beautiful gem we have here in South Oxnard. And so passing this resolution would be standing together to make sure that, one, we stand up together for public health, our community, the health of our ecosystem, the Ormond Beach, wetlands, and more than anything, so that we can have access to our coast, an area that a lot of us are so unaware and unfamiliar of. And so wanted to share a few words because we do know that the marching orders are coming from higher up, from Governor Newsom, as a lot of us know. And there is a lot of fear with what is going on politically in the world, and passing this resolution is taking this step together to make sure we continue strong. In the words of one of our youth leaders, I'm tired of sharing my story, but I will do so again and again until we are a priority, not an afterthought. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Odette. We'll go to a virtual speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, we don't have any additional virtual speakers that have their hand up to be called on, so.
Okay. Mr. Greg Runyon is here. I think he's our last in-person speaker.
I actually apologize because I know I've been getting up here a lot lately. Those 2 of the young ladies, all the people that spoke were fantastic. 2 of the young ladies got up and it stirred something in me. So the political animal in me has come to realize you guys are going to pass this resolution. I hope I don't surprise anybody here. You guys are going to pass this resolution. Is going to pass. But one of the things I think we need to understand is somehow we have to realize that it's not my community, it's our community. And I was so impacted by what you said because, it becomes, if it's a white community or this or it's that, or if higher economics, lower economics, people don't come together until people choose to extend a hand and to come together. And to realize that, it's the least of us that make the best of us. And we have to start remembering that it's not their community, it's my community. It's not their problem, it's my problem. And if we're going to inspire young people to do great things, we have to be great. And we have to realize that this isn't a problem in Ormond Beach. It's not a South Oxnard problem. It's an Oxnard problem. And while it is great to hear people say, oh, the city manager did good this time, we need to do good all the time. And this is one of those opportunities for us to come together as a community and not to say, I'm not trying to help your community, I'm trying to help our community. And we want to be a part of seeing our young people grow and prosper. And this is one of those moments where we can come together and realize not in our community. And if the state does something different, let's stay together. Let's not drift apart. Let's stay together. And let's fight it. Let's do what we got to do. But let's help these young people in our community. And let's help the elderly in our community. Because this is our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runyon. I just make some brief comments. This is very personal to me, having grown up in the 80s and 90s in the south end of Oxnard. And, with maturity comes an understanding that perhaps the placement, and much like Aurora and Jocelyn Gomez, Jocelyn Lucas, and Odette mentioned, you can't help but ignore potentially the discriminatory practices that were in place back then that allowed this to be placed in the poorest communities, limiting our social and economic prospects because it's there. Also, the pollutants that are emitting out of it and disproportionately affecting us that live in and grew up in that side of this city. So I'm certainly in favor of the recommended action, and I move to make a motion to accept it.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I was hoping to ask some questions.
Absolutely, yeah, we certainly can.
Just so I can understand this. I'm trying to understand which agency is it that actually makes the decision here. Is it the California State Lands Commission? Is it the Coastal Commission? Is it the Energy Commission? Is it the Independent System Operator? Who actually makes the decision here?
Everyone has a hand in it, but ultimately, the last vote is at the California Public Utilities Commission.
Okay. And has the council adopted a resolution like this in the past when it came up for the first extension and the second extension, or is this the first time we're doing this?
With regard to these extensions, this is the first. I wasn't here during the fight over the Mandalay power plant, so I don't know if that happened then.
Okay. And whatever the rationale was that was used for the first two extensions, I'm just trying to wonder how likely is it that the state agency will come to a different decision now? It will be just because we make a statement here, or are they going to treat us like NIMBYs, or what's your thought?
I'm particularly hopeful given the last two cycles and observing and testifying in some of those hearings. So I'm optimistic that this time this is a good position for us to be taking. And frankly, it's just there's a long history here.
Okay.
And I don't think it should escape anybody that up and down this coast, we ended up with two of these, and our neighbors did not get one. So, but also understanding the state's electric grid anxiety, as it says in the staff report, it's been long enough, and now at this point, enough is enough.
Mr. Mayor, I guess I'm one of those people that feels anxious about this. I know I wouldn't be happy if, let's say, hypothetically, every power plant were to close in the state, because then there'd be no power. I know that when we've had the power shut down in the past to prevent fires. We've had issues where people who are on, life support oxygen, they die. And I don't want people to die if we have a brownout. So I guess where I'm feeling right now is that I don't feel like I'm qualified to determine whether the statewide grid has power, whether the statewide grid's needs are being met or not. I know that power needs tend to increase over time. I just don't really, I need help getting comfortable with this, because right now I feel like we're just making a statement. We're saying something that we think the public would like to hear. We're hoping that an agency will follow our lead, but I just don't know if I'm making the right decision here.
So if I can add, this is particular to the last remaining once-through cooling plants, and they're all peaker plants. So this is not having to do with all the primary power plants and energy generating plants. Are we qualified to make this judgment? I believe we're certainly qualified to make a judgment and a policy call on behalf of the community. With regard to the other 8 combined agencies and commissions, they do have experts and they will crunch their numbers, and I'm sure they'd be happy to share with you their Excel spreadsheets. They will make a mathematical determination. Now, why I am comfortable with this is this past year, this peaker plant was only called on 3 times. So there are other peaker plants left in the state, and they have gone through them. There were 24. They've gone through them and decommissioned them. So I think it's fair to say that it's simply our turn.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody who came out to speak. Much appreciated that you stayed this late for this first item. And there's another item I believe we have folks waiting to speak on. But I attended the State Lands Use Commission meeting that was in South Oxnard. I wrote a letter to them and repeated my comment to them at that meeting that they hold the hearing here in Oxnard. They hold it here in these council chambers, and I want to give them credit and thanks for doing that, including listening to the request of the community that language accessibility be a determination or a factor in their hearing, which they did meet, and I appreciate that. Disappointed to hear that the decision was deferred and that that's something that went to a special meeting and then was put off again. And so here we are as the elected representatives of the city of Oxnard. And I have to say that when it comes to qualifications, I am by no means an engineer, but I make determinations and decisions up here on engineering that goes into our traffic and our safety and in public works and in parks things. And I have to rely on the input and expertise of the people on our staff who bring that forward to help us make informed decisions on this. And one thing I am somewhat qualified on is the social determinants of health, something that I have worked on and worked with as part of my career for a number of years. And for folks who want to look that up, you can. There are a number of factors that lead into social determinants of health, one of them being neighborhood and physical environment. And the concept of this being that just one's environment and even your zip code you live in can have a determination on your health and your health outcomes solely because of the neighborhood you live in and the area you grow up in. And when it's stated that there are members not only of this community and in this council chambers tonight, but also on this dais who grew up in South Oxnard and lived in the shadow of this power plant, they have been exposed to that for all of their upbringing and are still exposed to it to this day. And so to to say, well, I'm not really sure. I don't know if I'm qualified to make a determination. I can assure you that if you look into social determinants of health and people who grow up in or live in particular areas, just environments of one domain, you can look at economic stability, education, food, access to quality health care. I mean, these are all things that communities like Oxnard have been at disadvantage of accessing or having high quality access to just by living in certain zip codes. And so being elected to be up here and represent the residents of Oxnard, knowing what I know and knowing what has been shared and knowing that we are in a position to at least make a statement and take a stand to state where we are as a council in representing the 200,000 residents and the many residents of South Oxnard who live next to this plant. Absolutely, I cannot foresee why we wouldn't do this, given the timing, given the accessibility of and our ability to do that. And the last thing I'll say when it comes to equity and when it comes to folks having a leg up, the city manager said it perfectly that we ended up with 2 of these things on our coastline. And how many hundreds and hundreds of miles of coastline are there where these could have been installed, and yet they both ended up in the city of Oxnard or a community like Oxnard. And so if we were talking about another zip code further inland, and there was the question of should we keep this thing going, I can assure you there would be people in that community too who would come out and be saying similar things to what we're saying tonight. Unfortunately, there are some zip codes that hold more weight than others when it comes to their word or their ability and their ability to come out and do this. We have people who are here tonight who have to get up for work at a time when the rest of us are still going to be asleep, and they are here tonight to speak for this. And so there are other communities where that is a privilege, where they can come out and do this and be able to sleep in the next day or get up when they're ready. Many of our residents don't have that, but they're still here tonight speaking, and I think that we owe it to them and all those who couldn't be here tonight and to represent them well in this, and I will be supportive of this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Before we go on, we're coming up on 10 o'clock, so I'll make a motion to continue past 10 o'clock if I can get a second.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
And Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0 to extend past 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Peralta, go ahead.
Yes, I appreciate all the comments that were here. Unfortunate, some people had to leave. I want to address Pastor Runyon's comments, and I'm grateful that there was somebody with the intestinal fortitude to bring up the issue that sat here and bothered me. For the comment that was made about white, we're talking about race. We're talking about skin color. This is not, contrary to what some people may say, about race and skin color. I want to share some information with you. But I also want to compliment the people that speak. And I want to also seriously compliment the gentleman that said he was wasting his time, the young man sitting in the front row. Sir, and I mean that with all respect, sir, whenever you come to the podium and you share, you're not wasting your time. There's no guarantee that you're going to win, but your words count. And the day you give up the fight, you'll never forget that day. Don't give up the fight, what you believe in, whatever it is. The reason I want to bring this up about the issue, I first got involved in this stuff because of a wife and get a neighborhood, but it was 1998. And I knew about these things. There were always people that came to councils, and there were 2 names that always came up, Gene Harris and Roma Armbruster. Now, there have been people that have taken a lot of, and again, to the credit, tremendous credit from Gabriela Basua, talking about how people take credit when possibly it's not due. These people never took credit. I got involved, not directly, but I got involved because of the issues in my neighborhood, which is on the north end of town, which some people may go white. I can assure you, the rainbow colors in my neighborhood, just as you'll hear these names who are in the south end of town. There was an organization called the Savers Road Design Team, and I would go to those meetings, and there's a gentleman, Bill Terry, Gloria Ramon, Linda Calderon, Nancy Pedersen, the Godwins, Larry and Shirley, and Roma Armbruster and Gene Harris would come, and they were advocating for taking care of this thing. There was a person that I happen to know very well, called in tonight, and she was involved. Her name is Deidre Frank. The issues, I knew about this because she was a planning commissioner, and I didn't know what that person was doing, but there was a plan for this power plant to become a marina. I hope that when CAUSE indoctrinates the members of the group, which is a good group, that they go back a little bit into the history. It matters. And when that power plant came forward to be put into a marina, there was a tremendous amount of effort to deny it at the levels of government, Planning Commission, City Council, Board of Supervisors. There was one, when the marina didn't work out, there was a project called South Shore. We still have some people that work in the city of Oxnard. I can think of one sitting right here, our assistant city manager, who's doing a tremendous job. And there was only one vote, a no on that vote, for the next plan that came up called the South Shore specific plan. And it was taken to an appeals court after the city council approved it and the EIR was shut down. The appeals court shut it down. It wasn't the social organizations, it was the law. The person that spoke tonight that they want to go to school and they want to become an attorney. This country needs some good attorneys, good ones. I believe we have good ones working for us. When the issue comes up and we are going to divide it onto the haves and the have-nots, or wealthy and not wealthy, believe it or not, we all breathe the same air. It travels. I mentioned the gentleman that climbed the tower. The job that he had for the company that he was working for was to make sure the filters worked, and his problem was they would make sure that they worked within a range of what was acceptable to be passing through the filters versus the filters working 100%. He was involved with environmental issues. A lot of people have been involved. It's not putting down a specific area of the city of Oxnard. I sometimes feel when I say that I'm speaking to closed ears. I hope not. Someday I'm going to be dead and gone. I hope some people remember that. As I mentioned before, you stand on the shoulders of others that have tried to do something to help the city of Oxnard. To the credit of Mayor Pro Tem questioning, as an elected official, I agree with him, but also to the credit. Sitting up here, you are supposed to ask questions. You're supposed to be convinced. I disagree with Councilman Starr on a lot. If people don't know that, I'm sharing it with you. But Councilman Starr brings up some good points. Brings up some very good points. I support the closing this down, but I want people to understand, if you don't stick together, one of the first lessons I learned as a neighborhood involvement, it's easy to break a finger, but it's hard to break a fist. I'm not talking about revolution, but if you don't stick together, you won't accomplish anything. And it will be gray hair like myself by the time you come to a meeting like this, hoping that something like this passes. You have to stick together. To the credit of Runyon, Pastor Runyon, he's trying to, as they say, preach to us or give us a lesson. I hope some people listen to that. And again, I support this, but please don't think Johnny-come-lately type stuff. There have been decades people trying to convince what's going on. I served side by side with former Councilwoman Carmen Ramirez. They pushed, in my belief, I supported it, I voted for it, Mandalay became much more important to her and others than Ormond. And there was a decision, that's why that one went down first. It's the best I can tell you. I hope you're aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perlow. Any other comments or discussion? Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
thank you. So I understand where Mayor Pro Tem is coming from. I think, yeah, we do rely on experts. We have experts here at City Hall, and we rely on them for decisions regarding, infrastructure and what have you here. And I think that's a perfectly legitimate argument to make. I think what's different here is that we don't have any such expert here on the power grid. There's nobody on staff who we can really talk to and find out what the needs are of the state. My hope is that whoever actually ends up making this decision of whether to put this forward or extend or not, and by the way, just for the record, I don't like the power plants on the beach. I mean, I think they're aesthetically ugly, and I'd like to see them gone for that reason alone. I do think that the city manager is probably right in that it's probably just going to be a math decision made by whoever the bureaucrats are that are in that agency that'll make the decision. And I don't think they're going to care what we think. I don't think they're going to care about whatever resolution we put forward. We're just some city that's hundreds of miles away from where their decision is going to be made. So I think given, like I said, my druthers love to get rid of these plants. I just don't want people to die if we don't have them, and people do die when you don't have power. So while I'm not opposed to the resolution, I just don't feel like I can vote in favor of it. So I'm inclined to abstain just because I don't think I've got the information or anybody here with the expertise that can really inform me to make the right decision. So I just, and by the way, I have no problem with, this council making a decision in favor. I think it can be a unanimous decision. If I abstained, it would still be unanimous.
Okay.
So I just don't feel like we've got the information here. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
But I do appreciate the sentiment that's been put out there.
Okay.
I think people have a lot of reasonable concerns. But to me, it's an information stamp thing.
Got it. Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Councilmember Basile?
No, thank you. I want to address some of the concerns from my colleague. I understand there's no experts here, but even when we do have the experts, we tend to disagree with the experts. So in that case, I don't buy the expert thing because it just, we've seen it here, that we have experts, they tell us, and we disagree. So this resolution here is about community. We were elected to listen to our community, to protect our community, and that is what this resolution is here about. It's not about experts. It's not about what the experts are going to do. It's about what's right for Oxnard. So I believe in this resolution. I have no control of what the experts are going to do, but I am going to make sure that my voice is heard.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman. Just to add a little bit, again, we are elected to represent residents of Oxnard. We have them in front of us tonight. We have many who couldn't be here tonight, whose views and thoughts, I would imagine, are similar, and they would want this to happen for their elected members to take a stand for them and for their communities that they live in. I was elected to represent residents of Oxnard. All 7 of us were. The issues of the power grid, those fall onto the Public Utilities Commission and the privately investor-held Southern California Edison. Those are issues that they've had decades to address. And they got to continue to do what they need to do. But I mean, we can look back to Enron and all of the energy issues that happened towards the turn of the century and in the 90s, and the private industry taking advantage of holes that they found to enrich themselves. And I've mentioned it before, the idea of IBG, YBG, I'll be gone, you'll be gone. So I'll be gone, you'll be gone. By the time anyone figures this out, we'll have made our money, we'll let someone else deal with it. I have my own personal feelings about that, but these are the effects of that happening where we are now in 2025 and this being in front of us. To be concerned about folks who rely on our power grid for essential services and essential appliances in their home, absolutely a legitimate concern. To be concerned about people dying from brownouts, I understand that. At the same time, those folks who may live in this community or may live hundreds of miles away, we have people now who live next to the power plant who are already having their concerns brought to us about their health outcomes. To be worried about people who could be affected by brownouts, we have to weigh that with people who are affected by the presence of this power plant in their backyard, in their community. And so I just wanted to share that and weigh that out, because the health outcomes, the social determinants of health, those are things I hope folks will look at and see how this can affect people's actual quality of life and their health status. So I just wanted to share that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, if there are no additional questions from the council, I'd like to second the motion that you wanted so we could debate pros and cons, and we could have a resolution.
Wonderful, thank you. So we have first and second, any pros or
Yeah,
cons?
just wanted to make a last comment before we close out to move it to a vote. I know that there's concern about whether this is actually going to make an impact, and I just want to be very clear that this allows us to take a stance and to show those that all of the 12 entities that the city of Oxnard has a very clear stance that we are in opposition of another extension. And as a community member, not just as a person that is an elected official representing District 6, as somebody who has grown up in South Oxnard and in District 6, the time has come and the community has spoke that we need to continue to ensure that the next generation does not continue to inherit negative health outcomes, policies that continue to impact their families, their children. The most vulnerable communities are our natural habitat, our environment. And I just want to say that this is going to allow us to really make a powerful stance from all of us as elected representatives who are voted in by the people to do what's right and to ensure that we continue to protect the safety and well-being of our community. So I just wanted to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. If there's no other pros and cons, then Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr abstaining. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
6-0, yeah. Okay, let's go to the next item on the agenda. This is item M2 from the Housing Department. The subject involves tenant anti-harassment ordinance. The recommendation is that the City Council review and approve the first reading by title only and waive further reading of the proposed ordinance titled Ordinance of the City of Oxnard, California, adding Article 3 to Chapter 27 of the Oxnard City Code establishing tenant anti-harassment protections, and 2, authorize 2 full-time equivalent FTE positions and the associated budget as part of the fiscal year 2025-26 budget for implementation of the proposed ordinance. And we have Brenda Lopez here, our interim housing director, to answer any questions on this. Are there any public speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We'll start with the first virtual speaker. Phone number ending in 0315. Please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Hello. Yes,
Yes,
please start.
dear council members, who deserves the protection? Please ask yourself who you are protecting when you develop strict so-called anti-harassment laws. In a multifamily living situation, there's always one family that pushes the boundaries, causing distress and discomfort for the other behaving tenants. Are you protecting the elderly tenant who suffers from heart disease and is affected by a tenant who insists on playing loud and obnoxious music late at night? Or the child who has asthma and is affected by the smoker who smokes outside their bedroom in the non-smoking building? Or the lonely person that has an ESA dog that is intimidated by the neighbor who antagonizes the dog? Or the person who works from home that is constantly interrupted by the neighbor who plays video games full blast all day? Or the person who regularly has their car blocked by a neighbor and is unable to go to work? These are real life situations. If this new law passes, landlords will be too fearful to maintain control of their rental homes. We are a small mom and pop with a property in Oxnard. Our tenants are long-term and enjoy residency there because we maintain a tight ship. Smokers are reminded to stay off the property. Gamers are asked to wear headphones. Cars face towing if parked inappropriately. If this law passes, we will no longer have the confidence to maintain order. Please consider who you are protecting, the behaving tenants or the misbehaving tenants. Most property owners prefer not to micromanage their tenants. Tenants that follow the rules are ideal, but to keep the culture enjoyable for these tenants, property owners need to have confidence that they can have conversations with tenants without fear of reprisal. As a proposal situation to any alleged harassment, I have experience with a very successful tenant-landlord mediation board with a major city, and I am willing to work with the city of Oxnard to develop an effective means to work out differences between tenants and landlords without involving the courts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the mayor has just stepped away for a moment. A question did come up, Mr. City Attorney, before we go to the next speaker. Is this a type of item or a decision we have that we should disclose any ex parte communication?
If you have communications that you feel you need to communicate, then please do list.
And when would be appropriate
we
time to
encourage
do
you
that?
to do so, and we realize that you have constituent contacts in your day-to-day service as a council member. If you have communications of note that you feel should be stated for the record, then certainly.
Thank you. And we're on public speakers. When would be an appropriate time to do that, Mr. City Attorney?
Well, if you wanted to do that now, you could do that now. That's really up to how you want to run the meeting.
Okay. Well, I guess in that case, we'll go ahead and do that before we go to the in-person public speakers. And so I see the mayor has just rejoined us. So I'll do this and hand it back over to him. If we can maybe start with Councilwoman Perez, and we can go down if anyone has to disclose any ex parte communication on this specific agenda item. Councilwoman Perez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I've had ex parte communications with constituents, housing advocates, a housing attorney locally, and that concludes my report.
I also have had multiple across the spectrum. I don't have the list of them, but if somebody needs them, I can get the list from advocates for this and advocates against this, companies and attorneys.
Thank you, Councilmember. I will state that I received the same emails that I saw that the council was copied on. I've had conversations with representatives from CAUSE and with a local housing attorney as well, Ms. Barbara Macri-Ortiz. Councilwoman Masua?
I've had the same contact as you,
Thank,
Mayor Pro Temp.
thank you. Councilmember Starr?
All I've gotten was these emails that all of you got. Other than that, I haven't had any conversations with anybody.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yeah, same, just general communication with everybody.
Thank you. I will turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm just reviewing the emails and at various forums. Commentary was shared in favor and also in opposition to this. Okay. We will take, we'll go to, there's no name, but it's from the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. Thank you for covering. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, City Council.
Hello.
My name is Jesus. I come from the Apartment Association of Greater Los
Hello?
Angeles.
Oh.
AGLA represents housing providers throughout Ventura, San Bernardino, and Los Angeles County. More than 80% of our members are small mom-and-pop owners providing affordable housing to their neighborhoods that are unable to purchase single-family homes, condominiums, or townhouses. When the city adopts ordinances that are so extreme and punitive as the draft presented tonight, then small rental housing providers are forced out of business, and larger corporations and titles will develop the properties as condominiums or luxury rentals. As a result, more affordable housing will be lost in Oxnard. The proposed anti-harassment ordinance before you tonight is premature, overbroad, and far too costly an approach to address an issue that has not been proven to be impacting more than a handful of renters. Staff has provided no actual data on the number of harassment-specific complaints it has received and verified over the past few years, nor how many account for the claimed increase. The numbers referenced from Santa Monica indicate that only 200 complaints out of 33,505 renters are received annually, which is less than half of 1% of all renters. Further, only 5 out of 10 claims in total warrant litigation on an annual basis. If Oxnard's numbers are comparable, then it would clearly not warrant the city spending $500,000 to hire 2 new full-time employees. This draft ordinance will only fuel hostile and negative feelings between renters and rental housing providers, as it advertises as one core of promoting litigation. It will create a cold war where owners will be afraid of conversating with rental tenants and fear of being wrongfully accused or harassed later on, and being shaken down by unscrupulous attorneys. As a result, it will shut down the open dialogue that allows renters to explain their unique circumstances to resolve daily issues in a quick, friendly, and mutually agreeable manner. The city should be working towards promoting positive relationships as a small business, including rental housing providers, need customers and customers need the service that are being provided. At a minimum, the ordinance needs to be substantially redrafted regarding penalties. This draft ordinance contains penalties that are extreme, that a mom and pop owner would be driven out of bankruptcy for a single violation. This will cause severe harm to retirees that rely on their properties as their main source of income and other renters. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to Maria Navarro.
Thank you. Good evening, Oxnard City Council, community members, and staff. Before I begin, I would like to extend our appreciation to the City of Oxnard for providing interpretation for this meeting. Thank you, Lily, and thank you, Lourdes, and the rest of the interpretation team here. Just really thank you for that. Now, just to give you some context, if you all recall, on January 7th, we came to this council. Tenants from 3 different apartment complexes shared their experiences of retaliation when they exercised their rights. These grievances included, and these are real examples, tenants receiving rent increases after filing a complaint of an illegal rent increase, Tenants being intimidated and harassed by the landlords when they found out that the tenants had filed a complaint regarding an above cap rent increase, a landlord posting 3-day termination notices after filing complaints from an above cap rent increase and after calling code compliance, and a landlord asking for immigration status after the tenant called code compliance for excessive mold exposure which threatened the health of their children. There is no open dialogue. Let's just make that real clear. There is very little dialogue between tenants and landlords from our experience, and it usually falls against the tenants and against their favor. So when we talk about what the steps have been, after this meeting and throughout the month of February, you met these tenants. You went to the COS office, and most of you met face-to-face with these folks who are still sitting here, and asked the city, they asked you to look into an anti-harassment and anti-retaliation ordinance. So we thank the city and the staff for really taking these prompt steps to address the tenants' concerns, which are founded on lived experiences. And thank you for introducing not only a well-written ordinance, but also for introducing one which includes funds for the enforcement of this ordinance. That's really important as well. Because this ordinance is well-written, and unlike what you may have heard from a couple of naysayers, this ordinance is meant to deter the acts of bad actors and not punish the good actors. Good actors who don't intimidate their tenants or threaten to call immigration services, those who don't abuse the rights of entry and don't use inspections to find a reason to evict tenants, and those who don't threaten tenants with eviction knowing that there's no legal basis to do so. Instead, we hope that this ordinance gives tenants the confidence to start honest and real conversations with their housing providers, conversations which they could report real issues in their units, from habitability concerns to parking concerns to public safety concerns, and that one loud neighbor without the fear of retaliation. We hope that this ordinance paves the path forward for more tenants to exercise their rights in the city, because when the tenants exercise their rights, we all stand to benefit. The health of our housing stock is improved, but most importantly, all of our health is improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro. We'll go to Carla Lopez. And then after Carla, we'll go to Eva Rosete.
Good evening, Council Member and Mayor. I am Carla Godínez López. I live at the 545 Cuesta del Mar apartments. I have lived here since the last 2 years. My story is the same as the other residents in Oxnard. And in this meeting is as follows. After I submitted my complaint to the Housing Department of the City of Oxnard, the owner and manager of the 541 Cuesta del Mar apartments came to me, who asked, who is the leader and why did I submit this to the city? They showed me a list of names and they said, your name is here. Whether you pay rent, whether you ask for the ordinances to be complied with, we get intimidated and they retaliate against us. That's why I'm here today, to support the ordinance of no retaliation to tenants in Oxnard. I'm asking you to vote yes and pass the ordinance of no retaliation. I also want to thank you for the translation team, and thank you for listening to me.
Muchas gracias, Carla. We'll go to Eva Rosete.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening, everyone.
Soy Eva Rosete.
I am Eva Rosete.
Vivo en los apartamentos 4957,
I live at the 4957 apartments,
Avenue Oxnard,
Avenue Oxnard.
y vivo aquí desde hace 13 años.
And I've lived here for the last 13 years.
Estoy aquí para apoyar la ordenanza
I am here in support of the ordinance.
de no represalias a los inquilinos
No retaliation to tenants
de Oxnard.
in Oxnard.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, concejales,
Council member, I am asking you,
¿sabían que estamos siendo acosados
did you know we have been harassed
y teniendo represalias
and that they're retaliating
cuando sometemos quejas relacionadas
anytime we present complaints
a las ordenanzas
related to the
que
ordinances
no nos protegen a nosotros,
that are not protecting us,
los inquilinos de la ciudad de Oxnard,
those of us tenants in the city of Oxnard?
como la ordenanza sobre no aumentar la renta
Like the ordinance regarding no rent increase,
más del 4%,
no more than 4%.
ordenanza sobre desalojos
The ordinance against evictions
justos o llamar al código,
that are fair and what goes with the code,
de forzamiento.
enforcing the codes.
A los que les estamos pidiendo
We're asking you
que voten sí a la ordenanza,
to vote yes for this ordinance.
no represalias a los inquilinos de Oxnard.
No retaliation against tenants in Oxnard.
Gracias por la introducción
Thank you for this introduction
y gracias por escucharme.
and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Rosete. We'll go next to Itan de Hugh Morales.
Hi, good evening, council members. It's an honor to be here among you all. My name is Itandewi Morales, and I'm here to ask for a yes vote on the tenant anti-harassment ordinance. Just to make it brief, I may not have personally faced harassment, but that is exactly why I'm here speaking up, because we shouldn't wait until it happens to us to make a change. Across Oxnard, renters are being intimidated, denied repairs, or forced out unfairly. This ordinance is not just a policy, but rather it is a protection. It's a peace of mind for tenants like me, and a clear message that harassment has no place in our city. We all deserve to feel safe in our homes. Let's not wait until more stories come of pain before we can act. Let's work together to implement this and do what is right, starting with a yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Samuel Salazar. And then Ms. Barbara Macri Ortiz, you'll follow him.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Samuel Salazar. I live at the Via Oxnard Apartments. I've been there 7 years. I am here to support the no retaliation ordinance to Oxnard tenants. I am an Oxnard tenant. This ordinance is going to protect me and other tenants in Oxnard, so we could feel that we're able to call the administrators of the apartments as well as owners when their apartments need repairs. I could tell you that this ordinance would help would help us as well as the owners of the apartments so that things could be kept in better condition and not be fearful to ask for repairs or suffer the retaliation from managers and owners. I'm asking you, council member, to vote yes and pass the ordinance of no retaliation for tenants of Oxnard. Thank you for listening to us. And thank you, translator.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms. Barbara Macri Ortiz, and then Arturo Villanueva will follow her.
Good evening again. Just one quick question. Did you get a chance to see my letter? Okay.
Yes.
I just want to summarize some of the points here because we're in a different place today than we were 30 years ago. When I started representing tenants, I've been representing tenants for 35 years. Tenants didn't have any rights. There was the civil code that said certain things, but that doesn't really give you a right. There's no way to execute on that right. With respect to evictions, tenants had no rights. There was no just cause. That just came into being in 2020. Okay, so the tenant population has only had rights for 5 years out of 150. Okay? So things now are changing. What happens when you have rights is it's a measure of dignity. And what we're seeing here is tenants starting to reclaim their dignity. Okay? It used to be anything that the landlord did, you didn't complain. If you complained, you were out. One of the first cases I had was what ended up at Via Cesar Chavez now. Farm workers living in absolutely substandard housing. One had the courage to go to code enforcement. And after code enforcement spoke to the landlord, he evicted the four leaders of that 25-unit complex. Okay? And the only thing the tenant had a right to was proper notice. That was the only thing they had a right to, proper notice. Now there's just cause. The landlord can't just kick you out. So what we're hearing now is tenants learning they don't have a right to just come in and sit in my kitchen because they feel like it, or come and harass me, okay, or get mad at me because I want them to fix the heater, okay? It's a different world now. We're trying to balance the scales, but how do you do that? I mean, what did you hear from one of the speakers? Who deserves the protections? What about, the tenant who violates the rules? Well, you know what? They get evicted. And there's nothing I can do as a tenant's lawyer to keep them in their housing if they're violating the rules. Those are the rules, okay? Just cause, if there's cause to evict, you're out. But tenants have a right to have the civil code enforced, and it's never done.
Thank you.
Without this. So
thank you.
This ordinance is for dignity. It's
Thank you,
time
Barbara.
for dignity for tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Arturo Villanueva. And then Marlon Amas, you'll follow him.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Arturo Villanueva. I've lived in South Oxnard for more than 20 years. I rent an apartment. And I'm here to ask you to have the orders of no retaliation and no intimidation complied with against us, tenants. That's why I'm here, to support the no retaliation ordinance against tenants in Oxnard. I'm asking you to vote yes and pass the ordinance of no retaliation against Oxnard tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moss, Marlon Moss.
Yeah, I'm a long-term resident of Oxnard, city of Oxnard, also a landlord. And I can tell you, the last 5 years, what this city has done has just been horrific. You know, we go out, we comply, you know, for years. I had tenants that lived in my buildings for 15, 20 years. As long as they, you know, didn't tear the place up, paid their rent on time, I left them alone. Now, you know, we're forced by this ordinance to give 4% increases, because if you don't do it, the next year, the 4% is foregone. In the meantime, we're being hit by 50% increases in property insurance, if you can even find insurance. I spent an hour today in a property management firm going over a case where I had to start an eviction on a tenant due to the fact that they moved in, they put on their application that it was just them and one child. Come to find out, it was them and 3 children, and a couple and 3 children, and then they moved in a dog. And so that was in violation of their rental agreement. The property manager notified them. They gave us a proof that they needed a emotional support animal. They first said it was for the 7-year-old child, then they said it was for the teenager because the 7-year-old child couldn't lie. And they basically have just caused all kinds of grief to the other tenants. Then find out today that they also have this dog. This dog is not, in my opinion, and in my attorney's opinion, is not an emotional support animal. It's a pit bull. And the other tenants are now starting to move out because they're fearful of it. And the handyman was there yesterday or the day before, and he took a picture of it. They even have it outside unleashed. And if you probably called city animal control, they probably wouldn't do anything about it. I have another building that I have a boyfriend that comes and beats his girlfriend every night, practically every other night. I've told the on-site manager to call the police. She calls the police. They've been out there so many times that they just quit coming. And the girl doesn't do anything to stop it. And then I get complaints from the tenants downstairs that, why aren't you doing anything? Well, I have to have cause. I have to have, according to the eviction attorneys, I have to have, 3 complaints. And I can't even get 3 written complaints because I can't get the police department to come. And the tenants are too fearful of the guy that's beating the girlfriend up to, stand up against this. So it's not as cut and dry as just to pass this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Yes, sir.
Sir, can you give us an address where you claim that there's somebody beating a girlfriend? We have police here, and I will make sure they get it. Can you give us that address? No, it doesn't matter. It was district. I'm a council member, but I do.
Trust me, if they call me,
I'm asking you for specific information so that I can verify what you're saying, so we can do our police officers what they're supposed to do, which I think is what you're claiming you're not getting help on.
Yeah.
So can we get an address?
Well, maybe perhaps we'll,
Okay, the gentleman over here will ask you.
yeah. Thank you for that. We don't want to make that public. Yeah. No problem, Mr. Perlo. It's just a passion Mr. Perlo has that's coming out to help. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk, on this item?
Mayor, let's, if we can try caller ending in 0315. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Once again, caller ending in 0315. If you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Does it seem like it, no?
The caller's not responding.
Okay. Well, it seems like we don't have any other speakers on this item. I don't know if there's any questions from any council member. We have Ms. Brenda Lopez here to answer any questions.
I have questions.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Just a second. So just kind of looking at the ordinance. So you're defining housing services. It includes, but are not limited to, a laundry list of things. I see things like window shades and screens and painting and all these things as services. And as part of the ordinance, it says that forms of harassment prohibited include but are not limited to the following conduct done with an intent to vex, annoy, injure, or intimidate a tenant. And the first one is a reduction or elimination of housing services as the term housing service is defined in this article, which I talked about above. So things like not painting would be something where you're reducing their housing services. That just doesn't seem reasonable to me. I have some questions about some aspects of this. Seems like some of these things just simply duplicate already existing law. For example, a reduction of maintenance or failure.
Can I say something? Oh, no, okay.
I'd like to address that.
Sure. Go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, no. Oh, no, sorry.
No, I'm okay if you'd like to answer.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm here in support of my inner
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So a reduction of maintenance or failure to perform and timely complete necessary repairs or maintenance as set forth by contract or by state, county, or local housing, health, or safety laws. That's already against the law. Abusing the right of access into a rental housing unit is established and limited by California Civil Code Section 1954. That's already against the law. I got a question. Engaging in abusive conduct toward a tenant through the use of words which are offensive and inherently likely to provoke an immediate violent reaction. Well, I guess my one question is, what happens if the tenant engages in such conduct? We're not having a rule against the tenants doing that. But more fundamentally, who's going to make a determination that your First Amendment free speech is going to be offensive and inherently likely to provoke an immediate violent reaction? I'm really concerned about that. Threatening a tenant by word or gesture with physical harm, that's already against the law. Engaging in activity prohibited by federal, state, or local law, which prohibits housing discrimination on any basis, including but not limited to sexual orientation, race, color, sex, ancestry, ethnic origin, national origin, religion, age, marital status, familial status, parenthood, pregnant, there's a list here. I think that's already against the law. Refusing to acknowledge or accept receipt of lawful rent payments is set forth in the lease agreement or is established by the usual practice of the parties. I didn't even know it was legal to refuse to accept rent. Maybe someone can tell me about that. Is that actually the case?
A point of order. This is a time for questions. Is there a question that can come that staff can
sure,
respond to?
I can answer all your questions,
That'd be great.
but we'll let staff do it.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm not the
Lopez.
housing expert.
Yeah.
Brenda Lopez, Interim Housing Director. Yes, you are correct. A lot of these items are against the law. What we're finding, and exactly as you were pointing out, at least the overall feeling that we have is that this is not intended to punish landlords who are in good faith enforcing their leases and they're abiding by the law. What we are experiencing are exactly like you said. Let's give an example of somebody being passed due on their rent. They are trying in good faith to pay the back out rent, and the owner is refusing to take payment. It is against the law, but they're refusing to do it.
Okay. So when we have, one thing that was kind of strange to me was this inquiring as to the immigration or citizenship status of a tenant, prospective additional tenant, occupant. Is that already against the law?
It's against the law. The complaints that we are getting are that tenants are getting letters indicating that ICE is going to be contacted, that they're being personally reported. And so obviously people don't know. They're panicking, they're leaving. But yes, you're correct that some landlords are employing these tactics of threatening to report their immigration status.
So right now, I think as it's written, it's kind of like it almost becomes a crime to file a police report, basically, at that point. If we have somebody who's in violation of the law, in this case, immigration law, if you file a report, you're violating the law, basically, is what this is saying. That just seems odd to me. Is that what the intention is here?
Well, I think it's a form of harassment. It's what the intent is. It's a form of harassment for a landlord to use that.
And that gets to the crux of the question, because a lot of this is what's in that person's mind. And that seems like it's a difficult thing to figure out. So in the case where you have retaliating, threatening, or interfering with tenant organizing activities, including forming or participating in tenant associations or unions, or for engaging in other political activities, would talking with tenants to persuade them not to form an association be a violation of this ordinance?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Would landlords talking with tenants to persuade them not to form an association be a violation of this ordinance?
Well, in this case, what we're looking at is the example that we heard earlier about going to a tenant and saying who's the lead and giving them names and discouraging them from being able to seek assistance with nonprofits or coming to the housing department to ask for help. So we are trying to ensure that individuals are not discouraged from working together if they need assistance or to come and work with organizations that are there to protect their rights.
So the section that says retaliating against or threatening a tenant for inquiring with or seeking assistance from a government or social services agency. I mean, in the absence of this ordinance, would it be illegal for the landlord to do this? I think it's already unlawful. Am I wrong?
I'm assuming it is.
Mr. Mayor, can I,
Yes, sir, go ahead.
can I jump in here, please?
Thank you.
So I think if we look in the context of section 2742, this indicates the forms of harassment, but they're doing with an intent. So you also have to have an intent to vex, annoy, injure, or intimidate a tenant by all these enumerated actions. So you really have to look at what that intent is when the alleged action is occurring. So it is not just that you're inquiring about their immigration status, but it's an intent to vex, annoy, injure, or intimidate your tenant. So you're taking all these actions for an improper reason. So that's really what this ordinance is proposing to do, to make that a prohibited activity.
If you could help me understand this section on the civil damages piece, I just want to make sure I understand how it's being calculated here. When it says any person or entity violating any of the provisions of this article is liable for each and every such offense for actual damages suffered by the aggrieved party or for statutory damages in the sum of $10,000, whichever is greater. And for punitive damage, then shall be liable for attorney's fees and costs. And there's a section about if someone's over a certain age, it's another $5,000. Is this $10,000 per offense, or are all offenses taken together and then compared to $10,000?
Andrew Gonzalez, Deputy City Attorney. Yeah, so it's not per offense. It's capped at $10,000. That specific amount comes from the $10,000 amount for specifically small claims. That section that you referenced regarding the $10,000 amount comes specifically from Civil Code Section 1940.2 subsection B. Following, there's a $5,000 amount, and that comes from Civil Code Section 1780 subsection B. That specific $5,000 amount deals with individuals that are senior citizens or disabled tenants.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, I'll have some debate later. I think my questions are done at the moment.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Were there any landlords that contributed to the creation of this ordinance?
Yes.
Yes, can you tell me a little bit about the process of how the ordinance or the recommended changes or actions? Because I think in a different committee that I'm not part of, there was a very robust conversation. I just want folks to know that this wasn't just like a one-sided, somebody has only concerns, but it was a well-thought-out process.
I can.
The mayor
certainly
can
answer
summarize
that.
it.
Yeah.
Please tell me more.
I tell you, I think that was the gold standard for a committee in a workshop. We had representatives here for behalf of the tenants, as well as representatives here from various landlords and the various associations were here, as well as our consultant that was here, our city attorney, all of us. And so we went well past 10 o'clock, but it was a very engaging, interactive session where we went down line item by line item, where we had a good discussion. It was a great workout group. It was not antagonistic at all. Actually, we all contributed to this ordinance, and it actually, this is the result of that. So actually, it was a very robust. We didn't move beyond any item until we agreed and had consensus on each one of them. So there was a collaborative effort that this was the outcome. So it was, those that were in attendance here were witness to that. And that's why I said it's the gold standard, because we got a lot of compliments behind the way we actually created this work group, inviting everyone from opposing sides and also the consultants and the experts that we had on hand here to inform that decision.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback, because I'm looking at the recommended edits, and I see the red line and the crossing off of language, and I think that it would be important to me that if there are any objections, I'd like to know which part of the resolution or the edits are not acceptable, because just point blank and watching the recording, it seems like it's not taken lightly. These are real concerns that people are going through, and different things are trying to be addressed. But I would like to entertain, like, what edits are folks concerned about? It sounds to me like folks think this might be too punitive for landlords.
And this gets specific to the anti-harassment ordinance. There were two areas that were recommended to be amended. One is, if you're looking at your agenda packet, it's page 897. And specifically, it was talking about entries beyond the scope of an otherwise lawful entry.
Yeah.
That's the original statement. Feedback was it needs to be more defined, put some hours, et cetera. So that's
the one that was talking about, like, no earlier than 7 a.m., no later than 7 p.m., and between 8 a.m. and noon, right? So it doesn't mean that folks can't enter the property that they own. It's just trying to have a pre-scheduled time frame that folks would have some type of site visit.
Correct.
But, so that's specific edits, but I really want to hear from folks who are opposing the edits, like, okay, what about anti-harassment? Or, well, because, I want to make sure that we're protecting, the different parties. However, I want to also be fair. So what of the edits are non-negotiable or of concern, I guess?
During the committee meeting, there were only the two. I don't want to just say only, but those were the two. And so we worked together to come to a consensus.
With the work group.
Correct. So tonight you heard a little bit more speakers, but from, again, the committee meeting, we came to a consensus. So it wasn't something where we didn't agree and we moved forward with an item. There was full consensus subject to us coming back, and the one about the hours was the specific one that we committed to regrouping, going back about this hours, because our first response was no. We don't believe we should add business hours or business days. It should be a blanket statement. But we understood where all the parties were coming from, so then we had our stakeholder meetings, and we came back to a middle ground, if you will, of the hours. And in our case, we're property owners too, so I was just as engaged on, hey, I don't know about the hours, so we tried to find a middle ground. But honestly, we didn't have anything else where there was a no, and then we still move forward.
Thank you for that feedback.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just one question, actually, and thank you, Ms. Lopez, and to your team for all the work on this and everybody who's been involved. I was equally impressed with the committee meeting and I stayed to the very end watching it. So one question I have, and if we don't have exact numbers on this, that's okay. There was reference in the letter from the Apartment Association and some very similarly structured letters from others about the existence of a mediation program in Santa Barbara. And I had requested additional information from them directly on that. I didn't receive that, but I'll keep that for my comments a little bit later when we deliberate. Question I have is, do we have any indication on the size of that team or what the ballpark cost might be in running a mediation program versus what we have here? They said they had volunteers, but I think that programs are not necessarily free or no cost at all times, but go ahead.
Correct. I'm going to share a little bit brief, and then Alba could probably speak more to this because she actually did work with the Santa Barbara, City of Santa Barbara, so she actually has more details. But as of right now, they have 3 full-time staff members, approximately 15 volunteer board members, which comprises landlords, tenants, and homeowners. And on average, they complete about 30 telephone conciliation mediations a year. Board mediations about 4 to 6 on the average year. And the program is funded through contracts with the City of Goleta, City of Carpinteria, City of Santa Barbara, and some other forms of grant funding. I don't have the exact numbers, and then I'll invite Alba if I missed anything. Is that the rule?
So in terms of the City of Santa Barbara, I actually used to work for the rental housing mediation program. It is what Brenda stated in terms of staffing. However, the board, it's 15 volunteers, but the staff administers it. And so there's mediations that are done by staff and there's mediations that are done by that board. And so a lot of what they do is dispute resolution, and they kind of cultivate and they prepare these cases if they do go in front of board mediators. So there is a process. It's not free. And I believe last I was aware, it's about over $500,000 for a program similar to run. So that's some sort of the amounts that I'm able to kind of provide, and I can answer any of the questions you may have.
Thank you. And in the mediation program in Santa Barbara that was referenced, I appreciate that you have the firsthand direct experience and knowledge about it. In what ways are decisions from that binding for the parties involved? Are there legal commitments that people are making or signing? How is this binding for folks who go through this process?
So it depends. They're all on a case-by-case basis, but the majority of those agreements were binding settlement agreements. They were either written by both parties that are being represented, because some of these parties both have attorneys, or oftentimes it was drafted by staff, and they would sign it, all parties too as well.
I see. And if someone doesn't comply with that agreement, what were the next steps, or what was a typical outcome in any typical case?
I will say they have about a 99% success rate. It's very, very nominal if there's any that's not, because once staff is committed, you follow throughout. So throughout the whole process, you ensure that they're successful.
Okay, and my last question is something that you just stated, that you mentioned that oftentimes there were attorneys for both sides, some for the tenants and for the property managers or landlords. Attorneys on both sides, I imagine that that's probably at a cost to each of those involved, or is there an assistance program for tenants to have access to attorneys?
So Santa Barbara has a local legal aid office, so some of those tenants were represented by them or by someone pro bono. It varied. In terms of the owners, they did pay their attorneys, so there was that cost associated because attorneys bill per hour.
I see, and I appreciate that. So there is certainly costs and ancillary costs that are associated with the mediation program. And, I did ask some questions of, well, the volunteers, how are they trained? Who trains them? What is the tracking and of the outcomes? And so I appreciate that additional information on that one. And you said it was just over $500,000, $500,000 is the estimate?
Approximately, yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Sounds good. Absolutely. Good, Councilmember.
Before you leave, the Mayor Pro Tem asked you a specific question, and he didn't ask a follow-up when you didn't answer it. I understand very high compliance when there's mediation.
Mm-hmm.
Everything works out, except for a little bit. What he asked, what happens for the ones that don't? Well, who takes action on that? He didn't ask that question that
Typically-
way, but I'm asking it that way. The
So
local police agency, the local city attorney, the county DA, what happens?
So any case that's touched, the head mediator that's been there, she's been there for almost 40 years. This program was enacted since the 1970s by a group of landlords and tenants. And so my time there was never that issue. And prior to that and after that, there's never been that issue. But if there were to be an issue, people could obviously utilize litigation because these are binding settlement agreements. And so oftentimes people sign like stipulation agreements where if they don't comply, they would automatically get a UD. So there's things like that that do occur. However, like I mentioned, there's been a success rate of almost 100%. During my time, every single case was successful, and prior to me and after me, there has been, so.
I appreciate that additional information so that I understand. Litigation. Is it going to be civil litigation or could it be criminal litigation? And if it's criminal, who handles the other side? Is it the local Santa Barbara city attorney or is it the local district attorney?
Typically, it was just the attorneys on either half because they'd have to go through an eviction process because ultimately the majority of these cases were for termination of tenancies or violations or something that entailed along those lines. That's why I say it's a stipulated judgment is typically if you have to go to the eviction courts and you have to file an eviction in the courts, that they would automatically get that eviction. They wouldn't go through the process of having to basically write a response. So there's certain scenarios where that would occur or penalties that would be associated, but as far as I'm aware, it would be either party's attorney. I never encountered that, and it wasn't encountered prior to me, and it hasn't been encountered since, so I wouldn't be able to provide more information in terms of that.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I do see a hand up on the
thank you.
telephone.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Caller ending in 0315, please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes now.
Hello? Yes, may I offer some input? Culver City has a fabulous landlord-tenant mediation board, and they've had it for decades. What they have is a balance of landlords, tenants, and members at large that make up the board. The training for the mediation is about $1,000 to $1,500 per person, and there's a commitment of 4 years per person. It is a mandatory process, so it's like a tenant request mediation for a problem that's going on. It is a mandatory to attend it. It's been very successful. And so I know, and the one thing though is lawyers are not permitted. It is between the tenant, the landlord, and 2 to 3 mediators. And so everybody is represented in the mediation, and they work things out without involving lawyers, without involving the courts. And it's been successful. So please don't just look at Santa Barbara. Please look at other cities too. But a landlord-tenant mediation board can solve so many problems that goes on the property. And I spoke earlier about, we need to be able to, as a landlord, be able to talk to the tenants to solve problems without.
There's one opportunity to speak on an agenda item, and you cannot speak twice on the same agenda item, or we have to provide that opportunity to everybody that wants to speak multiple times.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know about the Culver City Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. So it just started. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I only pointed that out because if somebody had an actual edit to the proposed changes, then I just wanted folks to hear where the concerns were. But what I have heard is that there was a robust conversation, that there's been a lot of back and forth with different parties representing the different interests. And at the moment, I would like to consider either making a motion or seconding if there's something on the table, but moving the agenda forward.
Yeah, no problem. This is just a receive and file. There's no vote that's necessary. And the caller actually did provide some very valuable information.
This is not a receive and file, this is an ordinance.
This is the introduction of the ordinance.
Okay, so I move that we adopt the proposed recommendation as edited and redlined and everything as has been deliberated.
I will second that.
Thank you.
And have some comments.
Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, my problem.
With respect to some of the questions Councilman Starr asked in the past, Councilman Starr, I'm going to ask you a question, and it's not a yes or no. Do you know that in the past we have tried to get the local county law enforcement involved? Are you aware of that?
That was mentioned at one time, yes.
Okay, and it was not successful, in which I believe they should have gotten involved, but they bailed. The concern that I have, and this is just my statement on this, Mayor, the concern that I have, this is $500,000 a year with no end. $500,000 each year with no end. The value of these human beings, myself included, I think is at minimum $500,000. But if we don't have an idea if the system is going to work, after say 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, we have nothing in here to say it stops. We are going forward each year $500,000. How are we going to grade that it's working? How are we going to decide? And I look at things, how are we going to know that we're getting our money worth? How do we know that we're getting $500,000 protection from the people that are being abused? I don't want anybody to be abused, but the very first speaker that talked about tenants that were abusing other tenants and causing problems, I don't remember who that speaker was, but they brought valuable points to my mind. But the money thing is a big deal.
So this was one of the, we were talking about issues that were brought up. That was, at some forums that I attended, that was some of the commentary, whether implementing this was worth spending $500,000. But that's something that in protecting tenants is important. It's vital. It's a vital service. There's nothing to say that we can't re-entertain this later and to look at how we're progressing and try to quantify what we're doing and revisit at a later time. We can always do that.
Is there a method, maybe the speaker, the professional, is there a method that we can verify if it's working for us after a period of time?
Yes, we can always come back with a report, but we've got to give it some time. Right? These things are going to take some time. Since I have the mic, if you don't mind, I just want to say to the Councilmember Starr's comments about some of these things are already in the law. We get that. But if we don't do this, nobody's coming to enforce those laws to protect our residents. This is so that we have the tools. Nobody's coming to enforce those laws. So frankly, they're meaningless in this community. So that's what this tool is for.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So we do have a motion out here that was moved by Councilwoman Rodriguez, and then I second. Just as far as discussion on this real quickly, I also for this appreciate all the points that were made and the folks who have communicated with us. I appreciate all the work that happened at the committee level on this, and our staff for doing not only the level of work and the deep dive that was required to bring this forward, but working collaboratively with those on both sides of this, the landlord side of the equation and the tenant side of the equation, to bring this forward in a truly collaborative effort. And I applaud the work of everybody who was involved in bringing this to what it is now. And this is a first reading. This is an introduction. I think that we've had bad actors in our community demonstrate that this is what happens when we don't have these types of safety nets. It goes along the lines of a few people can really ruin a great thing for everybody else. there are some great housing providers in our community. I'd say the majority of the housing providers are great people and really important pillars of our community for what they do. And that is not lost on me by any means. And that being said, those who have abused figuratively and literally tenants, those who have intimidated tenants, those who have harassed tenants, deserve to have accountability for that. And as the city manager mentioned, laws that are in place now, we've seen that whatever we have isn't working for some property managers, for some landlords, and for some tenants. So now we're trying this. And there's a preventative aspect to this. Yes, we're looking at a significant price tag to initiate this, but we can also look at it as an investment in that when it's found by the few bad actors that this will no longer be tolerated and they will be held to account, hopefully as time goes on, the need for that level of service and the cost of that program will decrease because people learn they can't get away with this anymore. And it shouldn't just be the city holding them accountable. The associations that represent many good actors in this should hold the bad actors accountable as well. The tenants should hold them accountable. They should hold each other accountable. And everybody in this equation has a role in this, not just the council, not just the city, but everyone involved and everyone in the community. And just to kind of round out my statements here, I appreciate the people who emailed us over the weekend about this, who had raised important points and were opposed to this, calling it punitive, far too punitive, too far-reaching, and that it was one-sided and not fair. And reading those over the weekend, I responded to them. I did have I had two folks who did respond. One of them being to the letter from the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. And I made a simple request in my response to them. And I've made this request of them in the past. How many mom and pop versus corporate entities do they represent in the city of Oxnard? And that request I felt like was sidestepped in the response to me again. And I don't understand, why not wear that info proudly on your forehead? Like, how many people in our community do you represent? So that way I know who we have, who are the good actors and the great people you represent. Like, wear that proudly with your whole chest. I also asked for additional information that they please elaborate on the points they made in their letter. And that seems reasonable. If you're going to make a statement, if someone asks you, can you tell me more about that? To back it up. And their response, rather than elaborate on their own statements, they seemingly did what's tantamount to telling me, do your own research. Do your own research to gather more info on the points that they made. And it just, I appreciate them taking the time to reach out and be engaged in this process, but I don't feel like I'm asking for much here. Just tell me a little bit more. Like, let's have a dialogue on the points you're making here, rather than be these vague statements. I've sent their response to me, to the city clerk, for entry into the public record for this meeting. I see that Mr. Murtaugh from the VC Star is here. We have members of the public here and people watching. You should have immediate access to that as part of the public record of written comments for this meeting. I encourage folks, take a look at the full text of their response to me. So I'm saving you a Public Records Act request. Go look at it in the minutes. It will be there. And I just hope that they can hear this, not as me pushing back against them, not as me being adversarial, but just my request, work with us on this. Let's have a meaningful dialogue with actual points going back and forth. That's my request of that. Regardless, I appreciate all the work that's been done. I'm at a point where I'm willing to support this as it is tonight, knowing that it is going to be a continuing effort. It's not something that is set it and forget it. We will be watching, we will be monitoring, and we will see how this goes and what needs to be done to fine-tune it to serve everybody involved. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm too in full support of this. I reading and And just reflecting on the workshop that we had, I think good landlords have really nothing to worry about at all. I think this is very specifically targeting our bad actors, and this ordinance provides some teeth for us to be able to do something to protect our tenants in our community. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councilman.
I'd like to make a suggestion that perhaps we helped create this environment that encourages harassment. And let me explain to you why. Once we limited, and by the way, businesses are not in the habit of alienating their customers.
Correct.
But but what you have here is that you've got people who are willing to pay market rates. And by the way, I'm a tenant. I don't feel like I have a moral right to live in my house once my lease is over. I think that if somebody else is willing to pay the market rate and outbid me, I think they have the right to do that. I think that that landlord has the right to do business with whoever he thinks is going to be best for him or her. But I think the problem is that you've got landlords who are saying, gosh, I'm stuck in this low rent amount. I've got other people that are willing to pay market rates. Well, of course, it's a hostile environment. Who wouldn't have it be? It's like in any relationship that you don't really want to be in because it's not your ideal situation. I think we actually harm renters with this type of ordinance. And the reason why is because it makes it, when you make an ordinance that is onerous for landlords, then what happens is that people don't want to enter that marketplace. I'll give you an example. I have a guy at work who lived in Oxnard. He recently moved to Santa Paula, and he thought about renting out his old house. And then when he understood what was required, that he could be stuck with a tenant for years, that it really wouldn't be his home anymore, he'd be stuck with a particular rent rate when the cost of everything goes up and he's losing money. He made the point of, you know what, I'm not going to go into the rental business. I'm just going to simply sell my house to somebody who wants to live there and let them own it. We are going to reduce, to the extent that we create an onerous environment for landlords, we are going to reduce the supply of rental units out in the marketplace. It will actually have an uplifting effect. It will actually cause rents to be higher than they otherwise would be for anything new. That anytime you have a person that leaves a house to go somewhere else and they're going to fill out with somebody else who's going to pay market rates, it'll make the rents higher. I think this has a devastating impact on renters and landlords. I think that this will cause market rates to become even more unaffordable than they are now. I think that a better approach is, I'd get rid of the rent control altogether. I don't think I don't have a moral claim to the place where I live. But barring that, I certainly would want to go into I'd rather have mediation services and try that first. Why go with a stick first when you can go through an approach that isn't perceived nearly as onerous? I mean, I've seen some of the emails, and they're legitimate. It's legitimate to feel like this is an onerous situation. You are chasing people out of the business of renting. If you want to make it so that fewer homes are available for rent, keep going down this road. Keep going down this road, and we're going to have more homeless people. We're going to squeeze people out of this community who would normally want to rent. This path is devastating for everybody, landlords and renters alike. So that's my position. I encourage you to vote against this and to instead instruct staff to come back with a proposal for mediation services. That's a far more friendly approach than what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Perlo.
I have a question, enlighten the crowd here. Councilman Basua, when there was a rent control that came in and it went to 4%, I think you and I were on the council, I don't know if you were on it, you were here, okay. The rent was going to be higher than 4%, and there was an action taken by the council to put it at 4%, correct? Yeah. Mr. Starr, I think that was the first thing that happened. It isn't this. This is, I see your point on this. I'm not getting into debate. I just wanted to bring something. I don't know if you were in the audience or you watched that meeting. I know that you do pay attention, but that's when things changed, and we had many more landlords complain about what was going on. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Any other comments now? Well,
I'd like to make
go
some
ahead.
comments.
Just one.
Thank you. I want to thank the speakers that were here, both on the opposition and the support. And I want to thank the committee for taking such a robust conversation and putting this together. I know that is not easy. There was a TikTok that one of my kids sent me, and I'm not going to really go through that, but the TikTok basically said, you know, take a step forward if you never had to wonder where you were going to sleep next. You know, take a step forward if you didn't know where your next meal was going to come from. You know, take a step forward, you know, if it was just basically this whole living thing, right? And I remember those two things very specifically: roof, food, and I appreciate Councilmember Starr, and I think it's great that people that can afford market rate units are able to do that. And I hope that they take a look around the community that we live in, but not everybody can do that. You know, there's renters that are in our nicer parts of Oxnard that can afford $5,000, $6,000 rent. Then there's those that make minimum wage, are getting up at 5 in the morning to go to the fields at 6 in the morning, to, you know, work with their backs bent, leaving their kids with babysitters, are living in crowded apartments because they cannot afford market rate. That is our community. That is the community that we live in. And if you haven't experienced that, you haven't experienced Oxnard. You don't know what Oxnard is about. You've never have experienced the fact that you are going to be, before we had the 4%, and I'm going to reiterate the story that I gave when I asked the council at that time to reduce it to 4%. My parents came here from Mexico, and we lived in Rose Park, part of the Colonia area. And rent always went up on January 1st. We had no Christmas growing up because my parents had to make the rent in January. They got literally 25 cents every year as an increase, but their rent went up $100. The poor keep getting poorer, the rich keep getting richer. Now, what I wanted to do for Oxnard was to be able to at least afford our families to know that their rent would not go up more than 4%, so they could be able to live. A lot of our families have a hard time just putting beans and tortillas on the table. If you haven't experienced hunger, great. Take a look around our community. Food share happens at Rose Avenue. The amount of people that go there, and if you haven't had the opportunity to volunteer, please volunteer. You will see the need. They stand in line for hours to receive a little bit of a little bag. And I think food share is great because they try. They get half a gallon of milk, some kind of meat, some kind of fruit. Literally, I looked at this meal the first time that I went, It wouldn't even feed my family for one meal. What we are doing today is giving a little bit of hope to those residents that get harassed by landlords. I have the opportunity to work for a neighboring housing authority, and I know that, my counterparts can attest to this. We see it every day. We see landlords take advantage of the most vulnerable people in Oxnard, and they do it. Those landlords that are great landlords, we have them also. We have a lot of them. They don't worry. They don't worry because they do everything right. But we've seen it. I've lived it personally with a lot of my clients where we have to educate the landlords on what the laws are, and to a lot of them, they don't care. They don't care. So my message today is if you don't know what Oxnard is and how our residents are living, I ask you to please take a look, because not everybody could afford the high rents here. Not everybody has food on their table. Even the simple necessities. Some people can't even afford to pay water. So I'm going to support this. I thank everybody. It's been, a struggle to get this far, but I care about my community, not only to make sure that, everyone's taken care of, but I feel mostly for those that don't have a voice and can't take care of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember.
A point of order, Mayor.
Mayor,
point of order before Councilmember Starr goes. Can we have each member of the body give them an opportunity to speak before any one member speaks a second time?
If someone else raised their hand,
Sure, we can do it.
I'll speak after.
Thank you, Mayor, for the recognition. I thank you, Councilmember Basua, for sharing your words. I think a lot of it has resonated with me, even as a renter myself. I may not go through the same things as many of my constituents experience, but I can resonate as a renter, as a person who serves as an elected official in this city, but still navigates many of the challenges of what landlords do in our community, and I share the same sentiment. There are very great landlords in our community, and I don't want to diminish the work that they do to treat our community members with the dignity and respect. But even as an elected official myself, I'm a renter. I go through similar experiences, and it's uncalled for. And I think that fighting for stronger protections is important. The community that I represent is one of the most vulnerable communities in our community. Cuesta del Mar, South Winds. I come from farm workers. I come from many of the experiences of witnessing my family being exploited for decades, for centuries. And that is exactly why I think I, will continue to support efforts as this, and I want to just be very clear that I'm in support of this ordinance tonight, and I hope that my colleagues on the dais will do the right thing and do the same as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go right back to you, Councilmember.
Thank you. So I really absolutely appreciate the compassion that I'm hearing about people who are not making enough of an income. And you might recall that as I ran for office, that was a really important thing to me. The reason why people are getting pushed out of their homes is because you have people with higher incomes elsewhere who are moving here because they want a cheaper rent than what they're paying now. And it is pushing our people out of the community, and it's a problem. But the way to solve that is to raise incomes so they can compete. And I'll give you the example that I like to use. I work for Haas Automation. I'm the controller there, been there the last 21 years. We came to this city back in 1997. And the reason why we came here is because we were told that we would get our plans approved in 2 weeks. It was actually 3 weeks is what it worked out to be. But we were able to build a 400,000 square foot building in 8 months with certificate of occupancy. It was done. It was great. We hired 400 people right out the gate. And this was over on Sturgis Road where we have the strawberry fields. It was all strawberry fields at the time. When we bought that land, we bought like 88 acres or something like that. And when we hired people, we actually hired people out of the strawberry fields to put them into our facility. We changed their lives. We gave them an income level that they've never had before. I've seen people who started off on the assembly line and over the years have moved up to supervisor and manager. They're making a good living. They're able to afford to get married. They're able to have children. They're able to afford a house. All because there was the opportunity for a business to move in here and raise people's living standards. It is so hard to get a significant business here today. And because of that, our people suffer. So we're trying to do a Band-Aid approach to try to help out people who are low income because we're not willing or not able to create the environment where higher incomes are possible for people here. So I think that this proposal doesn't really help in the long run. It's only going to reduce the supply of rental units. It's going to make it harder to get a place to rent. It'll make it more expensive for a place to get to rent. This is just economics, folks. When you come up with any proposal, you got to think about everybody's interest. What would they do in their shoes? You can't just look at this one party and say, you know what, this person is having a bad time, I'm going to help this person. And then ignore how you're affecting the other person over here. That person's going to react to whatever policy you create. When you create a policy that you think is positive for person A, but negative for person B, well, guess what? Person B is not going to want to participate very much longer. They're going to want to get out of that arrangement, and then everybody suffers. Instead of A and B spending time together, you got division, and you wind up with a far worse situation than we have now. So this is just the road we're going down. I urge you to vote no. I urge you to instead propose that staff, matter of fact, I'll make that motion right now to amend.
There's a motion and a second.
Yeah, I get it. And so my motion is to amend, to instead instruct staff to come back with a mediation proposal for our consideration. That would be my motion.
Is there a second on Councilmember Starr's motion? Without a second, the motion dies to amend. Any comments on that? Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just 2 quick points, and I'm done.
Sure.
To the Councilmember Starr's comments, his last points he made around thinking about the ripple effects and how all parties are affected. The irony in that, in the measures that he's written, and some that passed and some that failed, some that lost because the courts found them to be invalid or violating state law, it's interesting how those had effects positively in one group and negatively in other groups. In some cases, the public was negatively affected. And so just an interesting statement on that one. And then to the other point as well that he made in his comments now in against the motion that's on the floor. I just want folks to remember that what we have here in front of us is not something that our housing department was throwing darts at a board to see what kind of ordinance can we cobble up. This is the result of the actions of bad actors where even existing state laws, even existing civil protections in place have not served tenants well. And now here we are. And so the point he made about that, I understand it. I respect where he's coming from with it. But the last point that I'll say, which was the first point he just made right now, And when he and I sat down prior to him being sworn in, we talked about a number of issues in the city. He and I certainly aligned closely on the thought that improving folks' job skills and their employability and the types of jobs they have is what's going to uplift Oxnard's current residents, the people who live here now. I agree with that, and I informed him that what he said then and he just said now is in very close alignment with what the city manager's program is for the Oxnard employee pipeline or employee pathway with Oxnard College, the West Ventura County Chamber or Business Alliance, and the city of Oxnard, where we're getting folks skills to get them opportunities for better jobs, more pay, to increase their own marketability and their ability to pay for additional items and maybe move into higher type of rent or move up a bracket. But that's something I think I saw alignment on. I appreciate him bringing that up because we're not up here just disagreeing with everybody. We certainly align on things as well. So those are my comments. I'm done, Mayor, and unless there's other comments, I'm willing to ask for the vote before I just call the question.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Perla.
I'm sorry. This is public knowledge, well aware. Mr. Starr, I appreciate what your employer has done. I appreciate, but your employer has a record. In 2006, he was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison. He served 16 months. He made an agreement, a plea deal, paid $75 million fine, $75 million. Just recently, he paid $2 million for selling material to, I believe, Russian companies. I mean, he didn't learn the lesson. It doesn't mean it's not a great job. It doesn't mean that we don't want businesses here, but I can't sit here and let the praise go out like that. It's a great thing that people have jobs. But you now serve on the council with us when we are working to get the Oxnard Junior College District to provide people with the training so they can get those kinds of jobs, not simply pluck them out of a strawberry field. And it's tremendous if that is exactly a fact. They plucked them out of a strawberry field and the guy went to being a machinist. I would imagine the person was a machinist when they came to this country to do that. It's machinery in operations and manufacturing. I don't do it, but I've been around it. It's very skilled. And this is not personal. I know you're not with this, but facts and evidence matter. And,
if they're germane, sure.
well, the germane thing is that you brought the company from here and we can't do it and we're stopping business. We're not stopping business. That's why I brought that up.
Thank you, Councilman Perla. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Starr,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
and Mayor MacArthur.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item, please note, just so we can just refrain from clapping. Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item M3, also from the Housing Department. The subject, just cause evictions and tenant protections. Just cause code amendments and resolution establishing administrative regulations to implement the rent stabilization and just cause ordinance. The recommendation is that the City Council review and approve the first reading by title only and waive further reading of the proposed ordinance titled Ordinance of the City of Oxnard, California, amending sections 27-3, 27-4, and 27-10, and adding sections 27-13 to the Oxnard City Code pertaining to just cause evictions and tenant protections. And two, review and approve the proposed resolution establishing administrative regulations to implement the provisions of the just cause evictions and tenant protections ordinance and rent stabilization ordinance. And we've got interim housing director, Ms. Brenda Lopez, here to provide an overview or to answer any questions we may have. And we've got two speakers so far on this item. We'll go to the speakers first, and this is from the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. Thank you, Jesus, for coming up and speaking. And then he'll be followed by Ms. Barbara Macri Ortiz.
I actually want to recuse myself from comments. Yeah.
What's that now?
So no comments.
No comments,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Ms. Barbara Ortiz, if you're still here? She just stepped out, okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any virtual speakers on this item?
Mayor MacArthur, we do not have any virtual speakers for this item.
And then Barbara's coming in like it's a game show. Coming in, Ms. Macri Ortiz.
To have a discussion with that landlord, let him know he has a case where he could, if he had a lawyer who knew what they were doing, he could get him evicted. But, no, really, I mean, you know, I'm a straight shooter. And, you know, if a tenant is raising that kind of problem, there is a way to deal with them. Okay? And to say that because of this ordinance, he's not going to be able to evict that person, I think somebody has sold him a bill of goods that, you know. But anyhow, all I wanted to say was I wanted to thank everybody. It was a very interactive process also with respect to looking at the ordinance for the amendments and putting in those exhibits and giving some substance so that it'll work. And I would just like to say to Councilman Starr that the law is only as good as the ability of someone to enforce it. And the problem, I mean, I'm one of the very few tenant lawyers in this town. And if you have to go to court for every single thing, that's why the bad actors don't back off, because they don't have to. And in terms of my reputation, I have sued some people that after I sued them, they wanted me to represent them because I do an honest job. And it's just learning. It's life is a learning process. And I hope that, you know, your presence on this council you will use it as a learning process because the world is much bigger. And just one thing, I would say that if some of these homes are sold, we might be able to get some home ownership in this town. And you were not here, but when, I think actually you were, I think you said 97, at the foreclosure crisis, practically all of those homes that went through foreclosure were not turned over for ownership. That's when our whole market just totally got destroyed. And that was 2008, and they were just really ripping people off. I mean, small homes that were getting rented for $2,600. That's when we had higher rents in Oxnard than there were in Thousand Oaks. So, I mean, there's a real history, and I would love to sit down with you and give you some of that in terms of housing, because it's a challenge. But I think what you did is going to help, because it's really going to back off. It's like if I send a letter saying, this is our ordinance, and this is, you know, you should better back off of this guy because of X, Y, and Z, chances are they'll back off. Yeah. But, so it's a tool. It's a tool, and I appreciate it, and I urge you to approve this, you know, the amendments to the ordinance.
If I could just make a
Go ahead.
quick compliment. I've had a couple conversations with Barbara Macri Ortiz, and they've always been very pleasant. She's always been very professional, and I think that she is an excellent advocate for her position, and I would encourage anybody who's seeking that type of services that they go to her, because I think she'll do a really good job of representing you if you're a tenant.
Thank you. Any questions? Ms. Brenda Lopez is here to answer any questions on this particular item.
You have questions?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess my question is how will the city determine who are subject to the ordinance? Because there are lots of owners of single-family residences that are rented out. Do we know which houses are being rented out and are subject to this ordinance?
Can you please repeat your question? Thank you.
Sure. How will the city determine who are subject to the ordinance? With all the single-family residents that are out there that are rented out, you have people that own one house, two houses, three houses. Do we know which houses would be subject to this ordinance? Or how do we discover who's subject to the ordinance, and how do we inform them of that?
So as of right now, are you asking specifically about our just cause ordinance or our rent
Yes.
stabilization ordinance? Which one, both or
The
one?
the just cause ordinance.
So the just cause ordinance applies to any and all rental units in the city of Oxnard unless it falls under an exemption. And the majority of single-family homes do fall underneath that, including condominiums as well. That's where it differs a little bit from state. In terms of,
I read that wrong because it looked like duplexes were exempt. It looked like if you're renting out several rooms in your own house, you were not exempt. If you had like two, I think you're subject to it, or maybe it's the other way around. But I was under the impression that homeowners, people renting out homes, would be subject to this.
Andrew Gonzalez, Deputy City Attorney, that's the reason why we have Exhibit A as part of our recommendation to council to be able to have this registration for these individuals to register their properties. That's the reason we're bringing this up before the council.
Okay. So I know in the existing language, there's mention of how has the council established an amount for what was then called the tenant protection program fee? Is that something the council ever adopted with a resolution at some point, or is that?
as of right now, no.
Okay.
We currently have a fee study underway.
So right now, we don't really know how much the city would recommend that landlords be charged for the just cause eviction fee.
As of right now, there's a fee study that's currently being taken and under process and review. So once that's, determined, it will come back to council.
Okay. And the way you'd set it up, is it to cover the cost of the program, and we're just trying to figure out what the cost of the program would be at this point, and how many people would be paying into it? Is that what we're doing?
I'm not sure. Andrew,
Yes, so we are looking into the cost of the program, staffing, all variables, but that's not before the council today. That's going to be coming at a later point.
Are there other cities that have this program where they're charging? And if so, roughly what are they charging for this?
Councilman Starr, that's, as Andrew just said, not before the council, but the study does have that data and is looking at that data, and we'll do community outreach on that, but we don't have that data this evening.
So would it be in order when the time is appropriate to propose to amend the ordinance by removing 27-13, which is basically the establishment of this fee? I think it would be in order at some point.
That section is to say that we can come back and charge a fee. So when we first established the ordinance a couple years ago with council, the two separate ordinances, we had the language in one but not the other. So this now makes the two ordinances consistent, but it does not actually establish a fee. It's the language that says you may in the future establish it, and we would need to do the study, which would come to you to do that. So staff would not recommend that you remove it. Instead, we're recommending that you add it to the other ordinance to make them consistent.
Quick question. Do we have an estimated time of when we would have that study done?
So it's currently underway. So once it's done, as of right now, it just depends. It's going through the review process.
So typically, would it be like a year, 6 months, 4
It's in
years?
city review with the city attorney's office right now. So we're expecting probably, once we get that back, we need to work with the consultant. We may need to do one more round of community outreach. We already did community outreach. That's the piece I couldn't give you an exact, but with our timeframes, it's about 3 months. If we need to do community outreach, that could prolong. Again, if the rate changes from what had been presented to the community before, we'll need to do that again.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Brewer, you want to say that? Go ahead.
Ms. Golden, why wouldn't we wait for the 3 months to get that so we put this together in a nice tight bow? And also, a second question, with these fees, will rentals now be required to get business licenses also?
I'll need somebody else to answer the business tax certificate question, because only certain ones are subject to that 3 or more units as it relates to why wouldn't we do them together. This ordinance has already been on the books for at least 3 years. What we're bringing before you this evening for both of these ordinances are cleanups. So as Alba's been implementing the program, there have been things that have come about that are not clear, and this is completely a cleanup of those items, and then regulations, which are our processes. So there's rules for both sides of what this means. We're not implementing the fee now. That will be under a completely separate resolution that you'll need to adopt to do that, and can be changed at other times. But they are separate in that sense, and like I said, this has been on the book, so no, I wouldn't wait to do this until you have a fee, because you may take action to not have a fee, which is what the council did originally. You adopted the program without a fee.
I appreciate that, but I just a question, just a simple, it says on page 936, the first line of 2713, owners subject to this article shall pay. The word shall means they have to do it. But if we cannot agree on a fee later on, does the word shall come out of this thing? Is that,
So,
going to float?
Councilmember Perrello, the fee, any fee to be imposed is to be established by council resolution. That's what the ordinance section says that's being proposed. So if there is no resolution, then there would be no fee.
Thank you for the
This is as I think the assistant city manager point she was trying to make is, you need this in place in the ordinance before a fee can be adopted. So that process is in the works.
Okay.
And it's just not prepared to come to you yet.
Thank the both of you.
It's just,
Thanks for that clarification, yeah.
just to further clarify, the language that you're referencing, it's identical to the language in the existing 2729 for the other section. It's identical. It just, it was never implemented in the just cause section. So it's the exact same language that's in the existing current ordinance as it is now.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, what's the desire of council on this item?
I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second that.
Any speakers on this item, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Yes, Madam Pearl. We had Barbara Ortiz. I don't know if anybody else came in
that was
after.
it.
That was it? Okay. Okay. Just, thank you, Alba. Can we call for the vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes, sorry.
Councilwoman Perez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
No.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
and the motion carries 6-1. Thank you.
Does anybody want a 5-minute break, or you just want to keep going? Your 5-minute break? You guys want a 5-minute break? You're fine? Okay, then we'll go on. Okay. The next item on the agenda is item M4. This is from the Cultural and Community Services Department. The subject is Library Board City Code Updates. The recommendation that City Council approve the first reading by title only
God, Denny's is
and waive further reading of the proposed ordinance titled An Ordinance of the City of Oxnard, California, amending the Oxnard City Code to reduce the membership of the Oxnard Library Board to 5 members. And Terrell Harrison is here, or somebody from his staff. Should we have any questions? Before we get into any comments or questions, do we have any, Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers on M4. Thank you. Virtually or in person, sorry.
Thank you. Any questions of staff on this item? Yeah, go good, Councilman Pro. Go ahead.
Just one question. The basic gist of this is we have 5, we're reducing it from 5 to, from the number to 5. Just the basic why,
From 7 to 5, yeah.
for simple public to
Yes.
understand.
Yes.
reducing to 5 members appointed by the mayor with the consultation and recommendation by council members.
And the rationale for going down to 5?
The Attorney General,
Okay.
his opinion, yes.
That answers it. Thank you very much, Ms. Casey.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say, no public comment for the library board? What's up with that?
We'll drum up some speakers for you.
And Isaiah Murdoch is leaving too? Okay, Isaiah, what's going on here?
Well, I would like to move the recommended action
I'll
of having a.
second.
Sounds good, thank you.
I think this is a no-brainer. We have to do this to comply with state law.
Thank you.
If need be, Mayor, I can go down to the podium and make a 3-minute comment. If you'd like.
I think we're good. Madam Clerk, we'll call for the vote.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
and the motion carries 7-0.
Good job,
Thank you.
Katie. Excellent job, Katie, on that one.
Yeah.
We will move to item M5. This is from Public Works. Bye, Jason. Bye, you guys.
By the way, you can't make the appointments until you get a library card.
Yes. You can come see me.
You're also going to have to pay those library fines that you have outstanding. It's big.
This is from Public Works. We're on item M5, the agreement with Carollo Engineers for professional engineering services for the digester improvement project. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with Carollo Engineers for a total not to exceed a value of $2,100,000 for professional engineering services for the digestion cogeneration improvement project, Public Works number 25-7, and a budget appropriation of $1,504,000 from the wastewater operating fund 611 available fund balance, as well as the corresponding wastewater capital fund 612 appropriation increase in the same amount for this project. And this item did not originate in committee, as this is a capital improvement project specifically listed in the city's capital improvement program budget, which was previously approved by council. And we have Public Works, Director Michael Wolf and his staff is here to answer any questions. Madam Clerk, are there any public questions or comments on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any requests to speak on report number 5 virtually or in person. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to either any questions, any clarification. Go ahead, Mr. Perlow.
Mr. Beeman, Carollo's been working for the city for a period of time. Have we found any issues with them, or are we still satisfied with the work?
So, good evening again to City Council. Tim Beeman, Assistant Director of Public Works. So I can tell you that Carollo is a fairly large company. They specialize particularly in water and wastewater. And yes, we are working with them on both divisions, but it's separate teams. So this team that was part of this proposal has actually worked on some of our digester work in the past. You may recall the food waste study we did a few years ago. That was part of this team. So it's a very specialized group. And we have been very pleased with their work that they've produced for us thus far.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Councilmember Starr, any questions? No? Oh, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Beeman. For these 2 digesters, just real quickly, how long have these particular items or these parts of our facility been in need of repair or upgrades or the scope of work that we have in front of us here? Just approximately.
So there's a little bit of background to it. So digester number 2, which is part of the reliability project that's in construction right now, that was a commission for over 20 years. So the reliability project's bringing that back into service, and with that digester coming back into service, that gives us the opportunity to do these improvements at 1 and 3. So 1 was constructed in the 70s, but then had a major rehabilitation project in the early 90s. And number 3 was also built in the early 90s. And so they've been in service about 30 years.
Thank you. And can you tell us, I know it mentions it in the staff report in the presentation, but just so it's on the record, budget appropriation from which fund will be funding the majority of this item?
So from the wastewater operating fund, yes. So, there's certain projects that we have funding with SRF, the state revolving fund. Those are some of our larger projects, but with the cash that we have on hand, we're looking at funding more of our capital improvement through that normal fund.
Okay, and is that part of our enterprise fund for wastewater?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason I asked that is in the past, when the last time we looked at our wastewater rates and had to do a rate study, which led to a rate increase, had that not happened, had the then council not made that decision, would we have this in front of us and have the ability to do this now, do you think?
I think right now we're looking, at our treatment plant, the work that we have ongoing. We have another large project that the design is finished. We're getting ready to put out to bid. So the way our plant looks now compared to the way it looked 5 years ago is significantly different. And so, yes, those wastewater rates, we're looking at a much higher hill to climb. And so all of these projects were identified in that 2016 integrated master plan. And so those rates were based on these projects that we're getting to now. And there's kind of two parts to it is one, real estate on the plant, not to build something new, but you don't want contractors tripping over each other. So we're phasing some of this work to have, here's somewhat prioritized, but that's kind of like moving through the process.
Okay, appreciate the structuring of that and the logistics behind that as well. And really, I just want to make the point that these enterprise funds have to be self-sustainable, but part of that sustainability goes into the infrastructure and the capital improvements that are needed within each of the respective funds. And I was able to tour the wastewater treatment facility, I want to say it was back in 2018 or 19. And I will agree with you fully, it looks very different today than it did back then. And for people have their right under Proposition 218 to protest any rate increases. And this would be one of those things that fall under that. But I hope they also realize at that same time that these are the types of things that we would not be able to do if it were not for the right sizing of rates to be able to cover the cost of providing the service and anticipate what's needed to keep the facility and the service in play to serve the community for the foreseeable future until we reevaluate that again. So I just wanted to make that point. If we were upside down in that fund, we would not have this in front of us, and it's hard to say if we would be in the operating shape we are today, as my fellow colleagues up here were able to tour the facility and see its great shape and operations today. So again, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not,
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to item M6, also from Public Works. The subject entails reimbursement of services charges to special districts. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the city manager to approve transfers in the total amount of $49,531.62 from the general fund, 101 available fund balance to 7 landscape maintenance districts, Fund 120, with a corresponding budget appropriation adjustment for reimbursement of service charges, including interest and transfers in amounts detailed in Table 2 of the financial impact section from 6 landscape maintenance districts, Fund 120, available fund balances to 6 other landscape maintenance districts, Fund 120, and subsequent transfers to and from the general fund 101 for changes in general benefit contributions with the corresponding budget appropriation adjustments for reimbursement of service charges, including interest. And we have Director Michael Wolf's staff to answer questions. Before we move on to that, we'll take public speakers on this item. Mr. Douglas Portello. Doug, Yes, sir.
Before he speaks, I just need to clarify, I live in number 13. Number 13 is not on here, so I can stay involved in this meeting.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Perlow. Thank you, Doug.
Okay, good evening again. So I'm really glad that the city's decided to kind of do the right thing here finally. Gosh, we've been down a pretty long road with our assessment districts, a long and windy road about not doing the right thing. So I'm glad that we're doing this, that, you know, that money is going to go back. But what my question is, you know, where were the internal controls? And why did it take a resident to bring this to the attention of the city in the first place? I mean, we've had example after example after example of the mismanagement of assessment districts and the mismanagement of those funds and work that was done illegally, like with the Renew Oxnard program, and that money had to be returned. We still have the 2016 secret portion of the LMD audit from MBS that's held confidential. To Bert Perillo's credit, and Oscar Madrigal asked if the 5-member council then could, you know, vote to make this an agenda item, bring it before the public. We got draft exemption excuses. Then we got the excuse, oh, well, we brought that document into closed council. Well, gee, I brought in the plans to the bank robbery into closed session. I guess that's not discoverable to the public either, right? I mean, come on, guys. This is ridiculous. I mean, it shouldn't take a resident to bring this to your attention. It was known. I mean, LMDs is a mayonnaise sandwich. It's the easiest thing to manage in the world. Okay, you got grass, you got hardscape, you got electricity, and you got water. You don't have very many line items. And you have maps with boundaries, very clearly defined. The 1972 Landscaping and Lighting Act, really simple and straightforward. But boy, they sure learned about that one when they came around in 1983 and came up with the Melrose Act. Boy, they sure corrected some things there so they could reach really deep in our pockets and really take off the burden of the city, of managing the city. Okay, here you go, homeowners. You can do all that for us. Thank you very much. But we'll keep collecting the sales tax. Matter of fact, we're going to keep increasing the sales tax. We're going to keep increasing your property tax. But at the same time, we're going to go ahead and siphon off money from the assessment districts until we get caught. We're going to keep doing it. But I'm glad at least you decided, you know what, we're going to forego the litigation this time. We're just going to give that money back.
Thank you, Mr. Bartello. We'll go to Alicia Porcel.
First, I do want to point out that when council members debate these items, the debate is limited to being germane to the question that's on the floor. Personal attacks on each other are not allowed. You must only debate the policy, and some council members seem to have trouble debating the policy, so as a substitute, they attack each other, personal attacks. And Robert's rules does not allow that, and it should be ruled out of order. On this item, I'm glad to see this finally come to the council, but I'll be a little redundant with Doug. I first identified this problem in 2021, and it's 2025. I know that the video I made about it was watched in City Hall because I heard it mentioned in council meetings, and there are indicators even in this report that my video is part of the consideration. It is really absurd that it's taken this long to get this rectified. I do want to thank Ray Blattell for his persistence in bringing these issues up over and over and over and over. And a resident should not have to be like a dog with a bone to get things fixed when they're identified and obviously a problem. So, you know, when this public does point out problems like this, the city ought to just fix it because that's the right thing to do. And too many times that's not how it works, and we just have to keep pounding the drum for years before it's remedied. So it's important to do this, but it is also important to ask what changes to invoice processing are going to be made to prevent this from occurring, because this has occurred over years and years and years repeatedly. So let's consider what we can do to stop it from happening again.
Thank you, Ms. Marcel. Any other speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers for this item. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go
I have two questions.
Go ahead.
So in the presentation, it stated that staff is currently reviewing all LMD utility charges and will likely recommend corrections. I'd like to know, what is the target date for the completion of that task?
Good evening, Council. Special District Manager Anthony Miller. There is no current target date for coming back to Council with that item. Right now, we're currently just scoping out the extent of the research that we're doing. So,
is there a reasonable amount of time that you think this could be done in? I mean, can it be done in the next 6 months?
We want to make sure that we do it correctly.
Sure.
We want to make sure we do it thoroughly. So I don't want to give a date that we rush through it. And so the answer is we'll work towards it as fast as possible. I don't want to put a date to it because I don't want to rush through this. There's quite a few pieces of data, a lot of invoices, a lot of accounts, electrical accounts and water accounts that we have to do. So I don't want to put a date to it, but I think it's important for us to go through it as thoroughly as possible, with the understanding that you'll be seeing Anthony's face over the next couple of months with all the assessments. So he's going to be very, very busy with that. So it's not going to be any time in the next couple of months.
Okay. And my other question, and by the way, Anthony has a very nice face, much better looking than mine. So on page 1095, on that little schedule you have there, for LMD number 34, I note that vendor FenceWorks Inc. charged us for 724 linear feet of new fencing, but there was only 401 linear feet in that LMD, so we were overcharged by $18,524. And my question is, will there be any attempt to recover from the vendor the amount charged for work that could not have possibly been performed by them?
So to directly address that question, the district wasn't overcharged by $18,000. The district per linear foot of fencing repair done we identified an overcharged amount of $5,104 because there is fencing identified within that district. However, something that also complicated that particular invoice was that the identified linear footage in the scope itself was incorrect. So they billed the scope. They billed what they were asked to do, but
they didn't actually do it.
They did less linear feet than what is actually out.
So whether it's 18,000 or 5,000, is there any attempt that will be made to recover that?
I am going to stop short of making a legal assumption here in that they billed for what we asked them to do, is what I would say. So that was what was written in that scope as what was to be billed. It was their unit cost was for 780. I can't remember off the top of my head what the number is, and I can't read it here. 724 linear feet was what they were scoped out to perform.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. Any other questions? No. Okay. What's the desire of council on this item?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. We have a competition going here.
And just
between.
Just a quick discussion.
Yes, absolutely.
So with the motion and the second, I just want to thank the staff for their work on this. And I note that in the staff report, last time we had this was in March of last year. And so work had been done, and as Mr. Wolf had alluded to, want to do it right. And I have to commend Mr. Miller as well for his oversight of special districts. In the work that I've done with him through CFD 5, I found him to be an incredibly reliable and knowledgeable resource on these items. I like to use the word encyclopedia, but when you get past a certain generation, nobody knows what an encyclopedia is anymore, so I have to say Wikipedia or something. So
I did have one delivered to my front door, so I am of a certain age. So.
But I appreciate the work on this, the transparency as well. And, you know, I wrote the notes here that when the public points out problems like this, the city should fix it. And I think that's what we're doing. I appreciate members of the public who will catch things that might not be caught initially by the city, but the city looks into it and says, hey, you know what, you're right, we need to make this right. And I think that lends itself to the extended time we had in an item about tenant harassment. Members of the public have brought something to us, and it's on the city at this point in time to fix it, to address it in some way. So I appreciate that. And did you have something additional, Mr. Wolf?
If you don't mind, I just wanted to point something out. I don't know if it was as clear as it could have been in the staff report. We actually made a determination to be very cautious about the items that we identified. So there are some things that we're recommending the general fund to pay that truly are items that are supported by the assessment district. However, it may have been error in the engineer's report for that year. And so we took the thank you, that's probably the better word. I was trying to think of a better word, but that's probably the best word. We took a very conservative approach where there may have just been an error in the engineer's report for that year. But if you look at the whole across the multiple years, it could have been and should have been paid for out of the assessment district. But because there wasn't that document that supported that for that very specific year, we took the conservative approach for it. So I don't want this to be looked at as if there was this holistic error that was happening. It was really the effort that, okay, if we're going to have this gray area, let's go ahead and make a very conservative approach. So going back to, I think, Councilmember Starr's question about when can we bring the other ones, we want to make sure that we go through that process again. And so I just want to make sure that we point that out, that's the tactic that we took for this. And so just want to make that statement.
Thank you for that. And as it was stated in there as well, even like the refunding of a partial invoice, well, we're just going to do, you know, this entire thing. And so I just appreciate the work on this. And as far as debating and having deliberation up here with my colleagues, I appreciate our points of view and the perspectives we bring. As long as y'all don't call me a biased political hack, I think we're doing okay. So we'll just make sure that we're keeping our eye on the ball and moving forward. I support this item. Thank you.
So if we don't say biased, it's okay.
I'll take it.
Oh, sorry.
I'd just like to say that quite a few, these districts are in District 1, and get a tremendous amount of feedback for the work that Mr. Miller is doing, positive. I have talked to him several times, but I'm not giving the feedback on my discussion with him. They've been good, but the public is appreciative of the work you're doing. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we have a first and a second.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move to our last item on the agenda. This is item M7. This is from HR, amendment to CalPERS contract. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, adopt a resolution of intention to approve an amendment to the contract between the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System and the City Council of the City of Oxnard to provide a different level of benefits without improved industrial disability allowance for new local police members. And two, approve the first reading by title only and waive further reading of an uncodified ordinance titled Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard authorizing an amendment to the contract between the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System and the City Council of the City of Oxnard. And this item did not originate in committee, and Mr. Steve Navu is here to answer any questions we may have. Before we proceed, we do have Mr. Douglas Portello is here. Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah, we can do that. So we'll go to any question, clarification question we may have of Mr. Navu. If not, Mr. Navu, do you want to just give us a brief overview of this item and what it entails?
Sure. So this is the result of our negotiations with the Oxnard Police Officers Association, wherein they wanted to see this benefit reduced in order to save future employees the higher employee rate. So right now we're about second in the state of California for an employee rate of right around, I think it's 16.5%, with in general for PEPRA employees being approximately 14.5%. And that's because of this particular benefit. So at the bargaining table, the POA wanted to eliminate that benefit on an ongoing basis. And so that's, the city agreed to that. Ultimately, it'll be some, small savings long-term. But at least the immediate effect will be new employees when they're onboarding under that retirement formula. They'll come in at paying roughly 14.5%.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Navu. Mr. Portelli, you want to speak on this now?
So it seems to me that what we have is an unsustainable safety system for Oxnard. So I'm always fascinated when in recent times the board has come and said, we have a balanced budget. Well, that's like me coming to my wife and saying, well, we can pay all our bills this month. Just forget about the $80,000 on the credit card. Okay, so when these negotiations happen with these unions, they're not really going to back up that much. And what Oxnard faces is a mounting crisis of unsustainability in paying this compensation for this pension fund. So, we're $325 million in the arrears, right? And then we're going to do some creative, use of some of the interest, to gain $1 million here and there. But what's the risk involved with that also that I'm concerned about? But what I'm mainly concerned about is we have gone down a path here for Oxnard with our safety service that's completely unsustainable. And how do we maintain safety for our citizens if we really can't pay for it? And it just keeps mounting. The debt keeps mounting. So right now we're kind of living high on the hog on the miracles of Measure E and Amazon and some other things. But we potentially facing a recession here. And so what's going to happen when we can no longer sustain, these contracts and what, safety is asking, and then all the overtime? I mean, we're at, 30% of the base salary amounts for overtime. And, the costs just keep mounting and mounting. And I don't know, we're just not really addressing the 800-pound gorilla in the room. And that's that we're offering more compensation to safety and other personnel for the city that we can sustain with projections on revenue. And I don't feel very safe about that. So Camarillo solved their problem a long time ago. They turned it over to the county because they realized that we're going down a path of, debt here that we can't sustain. So, I have some concerns about, the restructuring and how they're going about, dealing with this issue of, our debt and how we manage that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Portello. Any council members have any questions of staff on this item? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I don't, maybe Assistant City Manager Sonstegard can help with this. In the citation of City of Camarillo turning it over to the county, at any time did the City of Camarillo have their own police agency that they then decided to contract out?
No, not that I'm aware of. I believe they were incorporated in 1983. Does that ring a bell to anybody?
83.
And as long as I've lived in Ventura County since 1970, I don't recall them ever having their own police department. I mean, the model of which Mr. Pertel is referring to is, I mean, that does happen in the state of California. It actually goes both ways. There's cities like Moreno Valley and Citrus Heights that actually get fed up with contracting with the county and create their own new police departments. And then there are those that cities like the city of Fillmore there used to be a Fillmore Police Department, and they decided that they wanted to contract with the sheriff's department. So it kind of goes both ways.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And just for Mr. Naveau, some of the comments that were raised or the points that were made about the sustainability of this, and this is what we're looking to do, what we owe versus what we can possibly pay for. I mean, is that germane to what we have in front of us here with the this particular item? I mean, do you see connection that you can use to speak to any of those points?
I mean, I guess it's germane only insofar as long-term, there'll be a slight reduction in the employer rate because it's a reduction in the benefit that's being, that was initiated years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if the Mayor Pro Tem has any questions about the recommendation, just because if there aren't any, I just want to move to, approve it and go home.
Mr. Mayor, point of reference,
Yes, go
because
ahead.
a wise man once said facts matter. It's 1964 for the city of Camarillo. It's 1983 for the city of Moore Park. That's how I got mixed up. So.
No problem.
Thank you for that. Well, I feel like that was two questions that I just asked that had to do with questions that were raised and things that are on here. That was going to be my last question. And I appreciate you staying up with us, Mr. Naveau. So sure. I'll go ahead and leave it at that. I'll just point out that in 2020, there was reference to the cost per capita, I believe it was, of each of the agencies throughout Ventura County. And in response, I believe the POA provided some factual numbers around that. And folks can go and look for that. I'm happy to provide that to the clerk if that's something we can add to the record. I'll look back to see that. Thank you.
I'd like to move the recommended action.
I will second.
Thank you. There are no further comments, Madam Clerk. Call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia, happy anniversary.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. There be no further business on the agenda, and without any objection, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.